Oh, yeah. See, I thought you were going to intro us, but it's me, Labosco. That guy's Tangerine. Tangerine, how you
Hello,
doing?
everybody. Doing great. Excited to see some really nice high octane gameplay today on this nice little Sunday afternoon that we have going on here. How you doing yourself, Labosco?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited for the games that we have coming up here, Will. We've got Kaiju Corp versus Loinorix, but CLVR Kaiju Corp. There's multiple Kaiju Corp teams. I think there's like 2 that we get to see here today, but it's a really fun thing. I mean, a family and friends community tournament. You can't ask for something cooler than that.
No, you really can't. Like, honestly, it's very nice, personable experience. Very excited to see exactly what all of the different teams have to bring out today.
So the one thing we do know here, and thank you again, by the way, Will, for that glorious intro, Kaiju Corp versus Loinorix. We know that they're close in SR. We also know that we're doing a sort of a round robin, and you've got one map. That's it against each team that you're going against.
Yeah, it's a big, like, make it or break it kind of moment. Usually in Overwatch, you kind of have, like, that safety cushion. If you end up falling behind on one map, you're able to kind of see if you can bring it back within the next few maps. This is a one and done kind of situation here for this pool play bracket, round robin style that we have going. So it should be some nice, fast-paced Overwatch that we're witnessing here, Labosco.
Yeah, and fast pace is what the game is all about right now. The big thing right now is just it's going to be fun to get some of these community games in, have teams that have come together to do something like this and just have a good time. Like, sure, it's a tournament, but it's a tournament that's meant to be enjoyable. You know, people getting together and playing together in a way that, you know, we don't always get these opportunities, especially, of course, with the world the way it is right now. But we get to load in to our first map here, and we can see that we're going to start on, I almost said Lighthouse. It is Lighthouse.
It is Lighthouse. Yeah, it's Lighthouse. Yeah, we're going to be rolling it. Yeah, we're going to be rolling out onto Lighthouse here. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what these teams decide to do. You know, I know that the Ball Sigma seems to be like kind of the default rollout right now, but in these situations when it's just for fun, I'm hoping to see a little bit more variety coming out of every single team here that's in this tournament today.
The one thing here that I am noticing is looks like we're getting Reinhardt's on either side, at least at the beginning, if that's what they're going to show before these doors open. We got a May too from Daddy Doodle.
Ooh, that should be interesting. I think May's an incredible hero right now, especially when you're playing in this brawl kind of style. If they're able to initiate, if both of these teams are able to initiate properly within these engagements, I think that it could be detrimental to the strategy, and the Sim TP comes out straight on to point.
Yep, so Loinorix is going to be the team that is going to start their doppelganger on the point, starting to use that beam, reloading, has those turrets set up, but it's going to be Kaiju Corp getting the first kill. They've been able to down the Ana, so Punky now just trying to take out that teleporter, so they have no means of escape and no quick respawners as Kaiju Corp takes control of the point.
Yeah, that was incredibly well played over there from, I think that might actually be Loinorix that just took the point, correct?
No. There we go.
Ah,
there we go.
We got hit with the Uno reverse card a little bit there, but
yeah.
You know, Kaiju Corp played that really well. They played it slow, played into the sim absolutely perfectly. You have to play that slow kind of poke style, even if you're on that rush comp up against that Symmetra, or else you're just gonna get beaten down really quick in that shatter.
Nothing coming through with the shatter, but that's okay. You still got the immortality field to take care of before you can actually get onto Loinorix. But there's the counter shatter coming back, and Doppelganger cleaning up 2 kills for the side of Loinorix as they start to advance towards the point. They have the advantage.
Yeah, very well played there from Loinorix. Off of the back of a massive shatter coming out from Mouser, and Doppelganger able to just kind of clean everything up. And now look at that ult charge coming through for Loinorix. It's going to be a little bit difficult to take this if you are Kaiju Corp for this next fight. And Glitch ends up falling a little bit late. You do have that grab Deadeye on the side of Kaiju Corp, as well as the beat as a nice little cushion to be able to sustain yourself through the grab. But if they get grab Blizzard, it could be all over for Kaiju Corp coming into this next fight.
Well, we're going to see how they decide to approach this, knowing that there's probably a lot of ults on the other side. Not too many had been used by Loinorix to win that last fight. There was that sleep that came through there. Players quickly get woken up. And now the ice wall starting to displace players. But the grab comes out, manages to catch a bunch in it. Not going to get anything with the Deadeye, though. Sound barrier gets used by Loinorix to keep their players alive. They still have that amplification matrix, too. They're going to throw out the Graviton Surge and stay on this point, continuing to hold Blizzard coming out, too, to ensure that they win this fight. Expensive fight for Loinorix, but they are up now to 50%.
You know, that was incredibly well played from the support line of Loinorix as well. You know, little Ares, they realized that they could just use the Immortality field to take the incoming grab that was going on, and then they end up using the beat to reinitiate into Kaiju Corp Clover, and just ended up winning the fight off of that purely. So now this next fight's still looking good for Clover, but it's getting into one fight territory pretty much for Loinorix.
Yeah, up to 75%. Shatter around the corner. Counter Shatter is better from Loinorix as Mouser now just swinging in with her hammer, managing to get one, but the counter from Kaiju Corp, it's not enough. 3 players going down, and it's Busy Beans, the one who's making the difference.
You know, that was just so well played out there from Clover. They saw their win condition, they took it as well as they could, and they ended up surviving that oncoming onslaught that was going to be coming out from Loinorix within this next fight. But if you're Loinorix, that was, you definitely still have a few more fights to get back into this, so try and let your ultimates charge back up and see exactly what you can make out of this next fight.
Yeah, maybe 2 fights for them, maybe 3 if they're lucky, up to almost 60% now for Kaiju Corp, as they are coming around now for Loinorix, coming from that high ground area, away from the point. They do have the teleporter, teleport to the high ground, and now it's about how do you attack from here. They're going to have the Deadeye to deal with it. It's a double kill from Busy Beans, 2 players down, and this is another nice cleanup from Kaiju Corp.
God. Busy Beans is just lighting up this kill feed today. It is absolutely absurd. The Deadeye is able to find 2 even through the Immortality field that little Ares put out. It wasn't enough to be able to sustain them through that Deadeye. Incredible play there from Billy Beans. And, you know, things are looking pretty dire now for Loinorix, but they have the ultimates.
Going to have players get hit by the Shatter, though. 3 players already down. They get staggered out. Players just desperately going to the point for Loinorix, but it is not looking good for them. They're going to have that overtime meter go, and it's going to be point number 1. Trying to build up right now. Hippocampus is not going to be getting too much just yet as far as charge, but still in control of the point is Loinorix. Doppelganger getting the first kill on to the Reinhardt for Kaiju Corp, so you lose out on that frontline presence, and it looks like it's forcing Kaiju Corp back, at least for the moment, off of the point. So the first take will be the team in orange, Loinorix.
You know, I have to say, the way that they're playing around the Sombra is incredibly smart, and Doppelganger actually basically already has the EMP coming into this next fight, so it's pretty much a done deal here for Loinorix if they're able to just let Kaiju Corp come into point, lands a huge EMP, and this fight is basically already won, but we need to see a huge EMP from Doppelganger in order to make that happen.
Have the Punky on the flank there too, maybe trying to get in. EMP getting set up though, like you said, and now you see the wave. There's the EMP, hits multiple targets onto the front line and just start to burst them down.
Yeah, I mean, that was over before you know it. I mean, that within the blink of an eye, EMP can just absolutely decimate any team that tries to roll into it. But now, if you're Clover, this is a fight that you really, really want to win. You have that Shatter. We need to see Third Degree be able to have a massive play here with the Shatter.
A lot being pinned on the Reinhardt, but that's what you get when you get those big Shatters that can make the difference in a game. They know that they're maybe going to go to that other side. Looks like there was a pulse bomb thrown out there by Punky. Didn't end up finding anything, but now the grab coming out.
Yep, the grab ends up coming out, but the shadow as well. I mean, they're just cleaning up this fight. As of right now for Loy Norix, this is looking fairly dominant coming out from Loy Norix as this Reinhardt is just struggling to stay alive. And the immortality, and the extra wide window comes out for reassurance onto this point from Loy Norix.
Just trying to get to that capture. They've got the Blizzard too now for this next fight.
We're gonna see exactly how Loy Norix want to take this fight. Hopefully this Blizzard will be able to secure them up a nice little win here. The Zarya already finds a pick right off of the bat though.
Yeah, so now you've already got one, but the Blizzard coming out, grabbing players in for Loy Norix. Just have to finish them off, get another kill in, so 2 players down, and it started to the overtime, so 2 players, all that's left that they have to deal with to try and keep this going. And about to get that final cap. It looks like we're going to have ourselves go to a 3rd and final one. Grab thrown out here to make sure that they finish this off the lane.
Yep, and I mean, this is about as close as you can get it. I mean, however, you know, the 100-0 is definitely not something you want to be seeing right now if you're Kaiju Corp, but Loy Norix were able to come back, take a nice swing, dominant victory up on Ruins, but now we're going into the 3rd and final round, which is Ilios Well. So maybe we'll be able to see a little bit of different style of play coming out from Clover. I can already see Billy Beans locking themselves onto that Pharah, which is going to be incredibly interesting if they're able to play this properly. Both sides.
Yeah, you gotta listen, I always like seeing. I'm never against fair. That is for sure. So the Well is always an interesting map, seeing what teams will end up doing, and we've got ourselves some Lucio, some Ferris, and well, that Lucio speeding towards the point for Loy Norix, it's already done.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting the picks here that Loy Norix are going on while running this Pharah as well. They're not giving the Pharah the pocket, instead keeping Tachyon on that Lucio. A very interesting choice.
Yeah, definitely is a interesting choice. Seems like one that they want to try and make work, but it's Kaiju Corp, who looks like they're going to get the first take, but now you've got players starting to be taken down by Loy Norix. They're starting to even things back up. Not able to keep control, though, is Kaiju Corp. They've had to give control of the point up, almost flipping over to Loy Norix. Neither team really finally getting this cap through. Rez coming through, too, to make sure that the Fair is back into the fight, but now, finally, it's Loy Norix who will take control.
You know, this is especially interesting, the Kaptas coming out from Loy Norix, and I think the only reason that it is working is because they are running into a Pharah Mercy mirror. Loy Norix just has so much more initiation power than Clover does right now, that Loy Norix can literally has so much more aggression and is able to capitalize on the fact that there are only 4 people within the main group from Kaiju Corp Clover that they're able to rush into, and if they take that 5v4 right there on the ground battle, they're gonna win it every single time.
Got some stuff to work with though, right? So maybe there's their chance for them here, especially with the fact that they've got the Rocket Barrage. Immortality Field is already out too. They've got these players nearby that they're trying to deal with. That Reinhardt shield getting extremely low, and goodbye to the Reinhardt. Bursted down. Nice accretion rock in towards the Zarya, who has to back away in Hippocampus, but still has high charge. Now you have the amplification matrix. Gosh, it's so weird to see it still with that much larger size. But it doesn't matter. Kaiju Corp is the one staying out in front.
They had to use a lot of ults to be able to get it done, though. I mean, pretty much they're going to have the Deadeye and the Hog ult for this next fight. Loy Norix are running into this with 3 ultimates of their own, including a sound barrier, which they don't really have anything that they need to use it for specifically. So I feel like if Loy Norix are going to win a fight, this is absolutely going to be the fight for them to win. Clover really needs to find some value here with this Deadeye or with this Hoggle, or maybe find an early pick to be able to stay within this fight.
See Hippocampus coming forward, has that Graviton Surge, waiting for the opportunity to throw it out. You already get a kill in the sky, though, for Kaiju Corp, and now the whole Hog coming through, forcing these players back and away from the point as the percentage continues to build. They're about to get to 50%, but again, only one fight needed for Loy Norix.
You know, that was exactly what Kaiju Corp needed to do. They needed to find a pick early on. The switch under the ball, the wrecking ball, was a little bit interesting in my opinion from Mauser, especially considering I think that if they're going to be running this kind of comp, I think that the Rhine would actually suit it just a little bit better. Maybe they wanted a little bit more chaos to be formed and pressure to be put on side from Clover, but I'm not sure about that. And interesting there from Punky.
Yeah, Mauser. Well, Mauser's on the Reinhardt, so there you go. Graviton Surge, though, makes it where it doesn't matter what he's on, as they've been able to take control of the point and keep it for the side. Well, Hippocampus saying not quite just yet, as they get some kills of their own.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened to Punky there. Possibly just didn't see like a wet floor sign or something, ended up sliding off of the map, which is a little bit interesting to say the least. But now Kaiju Corp Clover have the ultimates. They should be able to retake this fight, but Loinorix also has the ultimates as well, so this is going to be fairly even. I think that this is going to be an onslaught of ultimates, especially considering how close in percentage both these teams are.
Well, the barrage coming out from the sky, not going to get anything for the side of Kaiju Corp, but they are still able to control at least the beginning of the fight. Reinhardt's down on either side. Mauser falling along with Third Degree. Daddy Doodle going to pop the visor in response, gets a kill onto the Mercy, up to 99%. Overtime is starting here. Only kill with the visor, but they've gotten most of the players down. There's a couple left, though, for Kaiju Corp to try and keep this going. They're streaming back towards the point. Overtime meter almost went away. They just get back in time. Glitch, super high charge, has to deal with this soldier that's in the Immortality Field. Immortality Field goes down. Deadeye coming back, gets a kill for Punky. Punky back onto the point, and now you have the Shatter coming through. Kaiju Corp storming back in.
What a retake from Kaiju Corp! That was absolutely crazy. They were able to just sustain themselves with what they had left. Glitch was on such high charge, and Loinorix were just not able to deal with it. It was an absolutely incredible reinitiation there from Clover to be able to retake this point, especially when they were down so many people. Incredible clutch plays coming out there from Clover.
So now we're down to last fight territory. Big fight here. Hack coming on to multiple players from the EMP. One player already down in the Reinhardt. Mauser able to get that one, but you have the kill come through on to the Baptiste from the Boop. Players going down left and right, even for both of these teams, but it's starting to go Loinorix's favor. They've got to just keep themselves alive and don't fall into the pit. They've lost one in Doppelganger, but that's okay. They have control of the points now. Overtime is still going down. Last minute stalls coming out. You have the Reinhardt back in for Kaiju Corp, but it's not enough. The flip is going to come through. Amplification Matrix down 2 to shoot through to take care of these last few stragglers left, and the overtime meter goes too quickly, and Kaiju Corp falls to Loinorix. A good retake from the team in orange.
Yeah, when you have that EMP, it's kind of a one and done if you don't really have a response to it. I mean, J-Brox was trying their best. Getting that pick off onto the Baptiste that early on Loinorix's side was incredible, but Clover just weren't able to sustain themselves after losing that pick. And I mean, you get EMP'd, it's kind of just what happens. It's really difficult to be able to come back from something like that.
It was a super first good match, though. I mean, you look at these two teams and just watching this control point go, it was back and forth, very close from both of these teams. Like, I thought Kaiju Corp was going to end up winning it there. The fact that they're able to come back like that for Loinorix is huge.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the discipline that they have within this team, and both teams have such incredible teamwork to be able to call when they're going on their disengages. Disengage properly is the big thing, and then recognize their win condition, which in one case for Kaiju Corp's fight, it was keeping Glitch alive, making sure Glitch stayed alive with the high charge so they could retake the point. They were able to retake the point because they kept Glitch alive, and they were able to sustain throughout everything. And Loinorix was also pulling that off as well, recognizing that they just had a better ult economy, initiating as soon as they could onto Clover and making sure that they can retake that point efficiently. Well done from both teams here. And if this is the kind of play that we saw with just that first match, imagine how the others are going to be today, Lebowski.
Yeah, I think we are going to have some really good matches here today. So we'll take a quick timeout, and when we come back, we'll have the second match here of this round robin for you. Don't go anywhere. We welcome you back here on Will English's stream for the Kaiju Corp Friends and Family Community Tournament. It's Labasco here. I got Tangerine with me and Will English here as well. Of course, the man whose stream we are on. So,
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making this happen. We've got Northwestern versus Loy Norix as the next game that we get to see here too, Will.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we just saw Loy Norix in the last match, and it looked pretty close all the way to the end. I mean, it was just some dramatic stuff for a control map in King of the Hill. I mean, my heart was pumping, and this is the first map. I mean, if this is the first map of the thing we have expectation, I agree with you, Tangerine. What's the rest of the afternoon going to look like? Who knows?
You know, it's going to be incredibly interesting to see, but when we roll into this next match here, I think it's going to be maybe a little bit less close. However, Loy Norix has definitely pulled out a really, really big win right there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to pull off something upsetty like that again.
All right, so let's get into this next match here. This is on Oasis. We have Northwestern versus Loy Norix. You guys, good luck. Take it away.
Thank you. So Oasis is the next map that we get to go to, Tangerine. Now let's just talk about what's happening in the world of Overwatch right now. Does Oasis present anything a little bit different that we saw on Ilios as far as what teams were maybe trying or what they were focusing for their compositions?
Well, as of right now, I saw Loy Norix was definitely very, very set on running that Ryan Zarya, which in a couple of maps in Oasis can definitely work decently well. However, on Oasis, you definitely want to see if you're able to run maybe even a little bit of semi-dive if you can, especially if you're going to be running out on, I can't even remember that, on City Center. If you're running out on City Center, it's incredibly important that you have like maybe one dive tank at the very least, because it's just so wide open that it would be incredibly nice to see something like a Diva or a Wrecking Ball, maybe a Winston.
Yeah, it would definitely be, I would be okay. I'm always good with seeing Wrecking Ball personally. I always enjoy the ball play whenever it happens. So we'll see. We got to see where we're going first too for Oasis. And it looks like, it's Gardens is what we get here first.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the maps where it's very easy to be able to run. Not necessarily very easy, I would say it's in the middle of the three maps to be able to run Ryan Zarya. Definitely a little bit more of a Sigma map. I'm surprised we've seen no Sigma today, actually. It's a little bit refreshing, Labasco, to not be seeing Sigma.
We did see a little bit, though. We, who was it? Somebody ran it on Well. I think it was Kaiju Corp did. Not for very long, though.
Oh, they did! I remember that now. Yeah, yeah.
But to your point of Wrecking Ball, Owen is showing us that for Northwestern. So we do get to at least see one Wrecking Ball, perhaps. Yeah, it looks like we're getting Genji, though, too, it looks like.
Oh, this is going to be incredibly fun if they roll out on the Genji. I'm a huge fan of seeing Genji players just kind of do their own little thing. I think it's incredibly entertaining to watch, personally.
Yeah, it definitely is. Cakes Luffy picking out the Tracer. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a dive here from Northwestern for sure. I like seeing Tracer personally. That's always been one of my favorite heroes to play. So I'm definitely happy with this. We're seeing a different approach here for both teams, and now they're all starting to go to the high ground and meeting up there. So now it's a matter of...
The ball is also going to be collapsing onto the top of point here. Gets immediately antied and bullied essentially into non-existence. However, they are going to be able to stay alive. Northwestern's Case Luffy does end up finding a pick, though. However, it will be traded out for that main tank on the side of Loy Norix. And, you know, as of right now, looking like Northwestern is going to be able to take the point. Case Luffy is finding quite a few picks, finding value off of this Tracer incredibly fast.
Now, I've got to find out still from Cakes Luffy if, like, they're a big One Piece fan, and that's why Luffy's in the name. I don't know. It's just the One Piece fan in me doing that. But they're pushing up to spawn right now. Like, they are not... They have no chill right now, and they have an ult advantage, too, for Northwestern, so they are making sure to continue to build on those ult advantages that they have.
And look at how fast Wavica was able to build up their ult. However, Cakes Luffy was getting a little bit too aggressive there and will be picked out by its natural counter, the McCree. The mines could come out here from Owen, though, and they take a nice big dive on the backline. However, Little Aries ends up staying alive. But the double ultimates come out from the side of Northwestern, and that's going to be all over from there.
Yep, a huge, really good use of ultimates. I guess they knew that they didn't need to use the mines there, so they were able to hold on to them. It's such a powerful ultimate. The Deadeye 2 was effective anyways, so the pile driver all you needed. Oh, and by the way, we're just going to stagger things out.
Oh, and they're mining in the spawn. This is absolutely brutal from Northwestern. Little Aries also gets booped so that they can't get out of spawn. Literally, Loy Norix is just gonna have to sit here until respawns come in and they're able to initiate as 6.
Yeah, this is really rough, though, because, yeah, you've got all these ultimates at your disposal, but they're already up to 75% for Northwestern, so even if they lose this fight, they are okay with that.
That's an incredibly early nano coming out, and a beat coming out from Loy Norix. I mean, actually, no, the beat ended up coming out from the side of Northwestern to be able to tank on that damage coming out from the nano-boosted Reinhardt. It looks like, though, Loy Norix are going to be able to come out onto the side, possibly a little bit of over-aggression coming out from Northwestern, but this fight is not over, and as I say that, now I think it is. However, the one around, they don't touch!
I thought they had it. I was just waiting for them to get onto point. Like, I knew that there was players that were bothering them, but I thought that, like, Loy Norix was going to get on. It was going to be an overtime, but that hurts. Like, that's really good from Northwestern. I think it's a little bit of luck for Northwestern because I thought that they maybe mistimed it a little bit. But they won the map, so I guess I'm wrong and it's okay.
It's a little bit of pain coming out if you're on Loy Norix there, but they might be able to bring this back. They looked really comfy on this Ryan Zarya comp, and we are in University, and this is exactly where a comp like this is going to be able to shine. They're going out on a full old school style rush with the Moira Lucio. I'm incredibly excited to see exactly how they're going to make this work up against the incredibly chaotic comp that Northwestern is running right now.
The biggest problem they're going to have, Tangerine, is all of the damage that comes out from the side of Northwestern. You've got a lot coming through, and there's already a Helix Rocket making itself known.
Yeah, that's a... Oh, Case, let me look a double pick right off of the bat. Doesn't end up getting booped off as well from Tachyon. I thought for sure that Tachyon was able to get that boot, not going to be able to press it out. And it looks like right now Northwestern are absolutely thriving in the chaos and getting a lot of value out of the soldier. Owen is incredibly low though, and so is Gruezi. So it's cutting it a little bit too close for comfort, and the Hippocampus is full charge right now. It's an incredibly extended fight going on here. Case Luffy is quite far up, but I don't think that Loy Norix are going to aggress right now.
Yeah, Cakes Luffy just, like, does not care. Like, goes on the flanks, runs away, gets the kills, comes back. And oh yeah, by the way, there's a Wrecking Ball that you got to deal with too. Like, they just know how they want to play this composition so well. They keep themselves spaced extremely well, and now you can see they've got players on the flanks to try and deal with what's left.
And the visor ends up coming out. The bubble from Hippocampus attempted to save Tachyon, but Tachyon was not able to get back in time, and with the applied pressure of the Mercy boosted visor, it's going to be able to seal the deal for another fight on Northwestern.
They've got themselves some ultimates coming up too. You do finally have Loy Norix in a healthy spot ultimate-wise, where this could be the fight where they can make a difference. It's going to hinder, of course, on the ability to maybe get something with the shatter that's about to come up for Mouser.
Yeah, Mouser really needs to find something big here, and also they have the grab coming out. It looks like a nice trade, though, coming out. However, Tachyon did have that beat, so that could be really rough for Loy Norix, and they lose all their initiation power along with it because they're running this Ryan Zarya comp, and I think just based off of solely the back of that, Northwestern are going to be able to clean up this next fight. Oh, the Mouser.
They're in last fight territory too. Like, Mouser's shatter getting a kill is nice, but like there's nobody there to follow up onto it, and now you're getting staggered out. Like, it's going to be 85, 86% before you have all of your players back, and then oh yeah, now you're getting staggered out even more.
Oh, the stagger picks are huge, and the flux comes out along with the minefield. A little bit misplaced based on where the flux is going to be, but that does not matter because Owen was mercy boosted. Owen is mopping the floor. The grab comes out from Hippocampus to see if anything can get done. This is the last life here for Loy Norix as they try and get back on the point. Case Luffy finds a pick on the Tachyon, never able to use that beat even within this stall context, and I think that's going to be all said and done as of right now. The Deadeye comes out, but to no avail of Bosco.
Yeah, this is all but over. It's just about taking care of stragglers that are left, cleaning them up. Like, they're trying, they're throwing the sound barrier in. There's too many people to deal with. This is for sure Northwestern's point to lose now.
Yeah, clean rock too. It doesn't look like Tachyon was actually on the point, kind of hovering a little bit above it. And Northwestern definitely putting on an absolute show right there in the Loy Norix. That was that was probably the most aggressive play that I've seen in a long time.
It was really good aggressive play though. It always paid off. They never were punished for it. The one time that they were punished for it, they planned it out well enough where they knew that they were going to be able to win the point, so it didn't matter if they lost the fight leading into it. So you have to give a lot of credit to them for that, Tangerine, because like they were dominant.
Yeah, they were absolutely dominant. I mean, the aggression was just going completely unchecked, it seemed, almost from Loy Norix. They like running that Ryan Zarya comp, so naturally they want to be the ones aggressing onto people, but it just wasn't paying out in their favor because they were never able to set the tempo for a fight. And if you're running a rush comp like that and you're not setting the tempo, you might as well stop while you're ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they really didn't get to rush. Right?
No.
Like, that's the thing. Like you usually there's targets that you want to focus on and you want to get on top of them quickly and just obliterate them. They were getting dismantled before they ever really had the opportunity to do that. So you give a lot of credit over to Northwestern for knowing how to handle what was being thrown at them. But for Loy Norix, I mean, you're 1-1 now. Like, this isn't the end of the world. Your third match is going to be important for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to determine whichever bracket they decide to head out to. So it's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see exactly where Loy Norix end up placing out through all this, because I believe they were one of the lower seeds coming into it, and to be able to take a win right off the bat was incredible for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. So we're going to, I believe, take a little bit of a time out here first, and we're going to get that next match set up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Kaiju Corp Friends and Family Overwatch Community Tournament. My name is Will Inglis IV, and I hope everybody can hear me this time because I was muted a little while ago. But we just had some excellent matches in the first two with Northwestern and Kaiju Corp and Lloyd Norix as well. But now we're into our third game, which I think is out of Group B, which is Northwestern University, the second team. So there are two Northwestern teams in this bracket versus Gonzaga High School. So I made the mistake of thinking that they were the Gonzaga College. I was like, oh, this is cool, like, you know, the Zags, let's go play. But apparently it's a high school team, so...
I probably would have made the same mistake, so I feel you there. Too much basketball, I guess, Will. For
too much college basketball, which, you know, we're sorely missing. And it's just sad that's the only way I know who Gonzaga is. It's just like, oh yeah, they like that Sweet 16's birth or whatever. I'm sure I'm messing it up, and somebody's gonna like call me out on that. But anyway, what do you guys think of the last couple maps here?
You know, the last match was just a tiny bit of a stomp. However, Lloyd Norix were able to pull out a nice win for the first match. So, I mean, they go 1-1 right now. We have a completely different match ahead of us. I think both of the matches prior to this definitely have a lot of potential within all of the teams that played to take home some nice wins today. I think we've been seeing some really organized play from all of the teams regardless.
For sure. So it looks like we're going into Nepal, so I'll let you guys do your thing. Take it away.
Yeah, it's another map that we get to go to here that I like. We get variety of maps that we get to see. And as far as like play style, they're similar on certain maps, Tangerine, but most of them like there's kind of that base, right? Like we know what heroes are pretty strong right now, and it's whether or not these teams feel comfortable enough to play them and what they feel most comfortable with. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a community tournament.
Yeah, and even at like the highest level of play, like Overwatch League, you can see that some players will deviate away a little bit from what the meta comes down to, especially on control maps. So I'm looking all the way over at this Gonzaga side. I can see that rush comp getting locked out, but I'm most importantly excited to see if they run out with this ball hog comp from the side of Northwestern.
It kind of goes along with their number one team. I don't know if like SR wise if one team is better than the other, but as far as what we've seen from them before, like this isn't too much of a surprise. Golden Flame is playing Roadhog. I've always enjoyed Roadhog. I'm always happy to see the hog in and a viable option. So that is perfectly okay for me to see too, but we're seeing the play ring around the rosy.
Yeah, there was a little bit of ring around the rosy. They ended up using that amp speed from the side of Gonzaga to try and speed into this comp, but it's really, really difficult to be able to play rush into the comp right now that Northwestern are using because of just the amount of speed and self-sustain that they have. They're gonna try and see if they can take any more fights or get any picks, exiting picks as Gonzaga, but as of right now, well, they get absolutely... I guess that's a little bit of an upside if you're Gonzaga from this next fight.
Soldier gets back so fast though, so it doesn't really matter that much is the problem. The other thing too is like, okay, so you ran around to try and get to them. They're able to speed away. They don't have speed, but they're able to really take care of anybody who comes through. But Icy has just been a nuisance for them, trying to deal with the Wrecking Ball. And then, oh yeah, you've got all that damage from the rest of the team. And now they try to re-engage back in, and they get hit with an anti-nade.
Yeah, Maze Mel, especially in even like the Game on Chicago tournaments, has been an absolutely obscenely impressive Ana with her anti-nades. I have to say, the anti-nades that Maze Mel is able to pull off is incredible, and Golden Flame finds a nice early pick. However, I think a more important pick comes out on the Egg Tart on that Brigida, but it looks like absolutely it's going to get the tracking down pat as they take out Nocturno. And despite the fact that Gonzaga were able to take point, Northwestern hold on pretty handily within the fight.
Yeah, it's okay for them to give up the point because they know that they need to. They need to surround. They need to be able to use their picked players. They are a pick composition with some sustained damage with it, but it's all about positioning for them. So yeah, give up the point, but they get it right back. So now they're in a good spot. They've got ultimates up. Flambe's getting to the tire, which can make things difficult, but still, they haven't been building ults very fast for the side of Gonzaga.
Not really, but a Nanovisor comes out. I thought he got pooped off the edge. Oh my lord. Absolutely still able to stay alive, but a nice place Rhine Shield coming out from Messi Sniper is going to mitigate most of that damage. Hina does find a pick on the Bahan, however, it is traded out with a pick on the Egg Tart, who doesn't seem to be having the best of time on this Brigitte as of right now. Hola comes out! Takes Messi Sniper off of the edge of the map. Nocturno pops out that visor because it is last fight. Not going to be able to find anything. A nice little beat right in from the skybox comes out from Sonic Turtle along with the grab. It's a pretty big size grab though, but it doesn't look like they're able to find Hida. And that's a little bit rough, especially if you end up committing that grab. The Tire finds something, but Icy finds more. And I think that this is undoubtedly going to go the way of Northwestern. Golden Flame does end up getting picked off.
So they do lose one, but they have so many players that are left. Good time pulse bomb from Hida too. So this is Northwestern's point to lose. They have too much control. They have too many players that can get back quickly too.
Yeah, tries to roll on in from that point from Vahan, but not really able to do as much as they would have liked to. And you know, it just didn't look like there was a ton of organized play coming out from Gonzaga. And at the same time, Northwestern was dissecting that comp like it was no problem.
Well, that's why did it look disorganized? It's because Northwestern didn't allow them to be organized. When you have disruptors like the Roadhog and the Wrecking Ball, it's very difficult because you get players being pulled away, you're being displaced into the air, and then shot by Absolutely. You've got Hida on the flank. Like, there was just so much they had to deal with for Gonzaga that it's hard to really stay organized in the chaos that's being created by Northwestern. Northwestern going to a little bit more of a controlled composition here, though, so maybe this is somewhere where Gonzaga can be a little bit close.
Ooh, they cut them off at the choke, though. Hida does end up getting picked throughout the midst of that, but I think the Moira's a much bigger pick. However, the picks are coming through from the side of Gonzaga. However, I don't think it's going to matter. This Zarya is so high charged. Golden Flame trying to put people to shame right now. He's going to be able to do so with the help of the Soldier from the side of Northwestern as they cap the first point.
Stay out of my way.
A lot of damage coming through from Golden Flame, but not only that, you had Absolutely just continuing to pepper players down. And oh yeah, Egg Tart, big use, or sorry, I'm looking at the wrong team. It was Egg Tart throwing out big nades, so that makes a difference as well.
Yeah, the nades definitely made a key difference there. Absolutely just going to get some spray damage out there on the Flambe. I think that Flambe was also anti-knitted there. However, Icy will get charged in the middle of that. A blade comes out from Hida. 5-1, 5-2, also with the third and the fourth kill. Hida putting on an absolute masterclass on that Genji. What an impressive player.
Yeah, still able to build up to that ultimate. And you remember, Hida was one of the first players picked for the side of Northwestern in the initial fight that they won, so able to build up to that blade even with that fact, and is still continuing to build that blade at an incredibly high rate. So Northwestern feeling very comfortable and now has the Shatter that they can delay everything with for Gonzaga.
Or I guess did have the Shatter. Icy wanted to go for a play there. Thought they saw a player onto the left. Didn't really get anything. The grab comes out, but a nice time beat from Sonic Turtle's going to be able to sustain themselves through the comp, and Gonzaga end up pulling that fight out despite looking like they might not have been able to based on the aggression that Northwestern's been putting out.
Well, I see, sometimes you swing and sometimes you miss. And that's just what happened on that Shatter, and that just kind of the aggression there afterwards was perfect from Gonzaga. They had the ultimates needed to win, but now Northwestern can come back. They still have plenty of ults, and well, Hida just the kill, so.
Yeah, Hida just does Hida things, ends up finding 2 picks right off of the bat. The beat comes out from Maismo too to try and secure this fight. Don't exactly know what was happening. Maybe Maismo was dying off on the side, just wasn't able to see it. They were winning that fight, but the beat comes in for reassurance. However, they're not going to have it for this grab now, Labosco.
Nope, they're not going to, but, well, if Absolutely gets a player trying to leave spawn like that, I guess it doesn't really matter because we're at last fight territory. You've got to get back if you're Gonzaga. This has been super clean from Northwestern.
Yeah, it's been incredibly clean. This grab has to be huge from Han, and they still have to touch point. Hida avoiding it as much as they can. A nicely timed dash. Such well-timed patience coming out there from Hida to wait out the grab as much as possible to be able to get some value with that Genji ult. And just like that, just in a snap, Labosco, another Northwestern team claims another victory.
Yeah, it was a really good victory from Northwestern, quick and fast. I would imagine, too, that Hida has to be happy with the Genji play that they displayed there. Some good plays that we got to see. They were in control. They played two different styles, too, and they made both styles work. So this is very, very encouraging to see Northwestern be able to do that.
Yeah, I've been incredibly impressed so far by the play that has come out of both Northwestern teams. It seems like both of them have been incredibly organized, understanding their win conditions within the comp really well, and also, while they're at it, figuring out their win conditions needed to play up against the other comps that the teams are bringing out, which, as of right now, has pretty much just been rush comps. So
a lot of Reinhardt, Zarya, I mean, it's just such a strong pick, especially with the changes that came through recently. For Reinhardt, that's why you're seeing a lot of teams decide to run the Rein, and a lot of people are comfortable playing Reinhardt too. So it's one of those things where when you put all that and factor it all together, teams are going to be comfortable playing it, and that's what they're going to do, and that's what they're going to try and get everything to sort of rely on. But I mean, for the start here, like, we've seen everything work. Like, we haven't seen just Reinhardt Zarya comps dominate, and I think that's always nice to see.
Absolutely,
yeah, I think so as well.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but hello, Will. I just snuck in there, I know. But that's going to be the end of our bracket stage here, so I'm not sure what the lineups are going to be just yet, but we will see where everybody racks up. So everybody progresses into the bracket here, so whether you're going to end up on the winner or loser side. So we'll see all the teams you just saw in the next bracket here, but we'll see what's going to come up quick. We're going to just take a quick break to sort out all the brackets and stuff, and then we'll get right back to our actual bracket matchup. So
We welcome you back here on Will English's stream, but it is the Kaiju Corp community tournament, friends and family all involved. It is a fun one. It's Labosco here. I got Tangerine with me. We are now entering into our bracket part of play, and we have our first challenger bracket matchup for you. It is going to be Kaiju Corp Jet Jaguar versus Kaiju Corp Manda. And Tangerine, we get 3 maps here potentially. It's a best of 3, and we start off on King's Row.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly exciting too. These two teams, very, very extremely high-level teams going at it right now, both within the Kaiju Corp family. This is a matchup that I am personally incredibly excited to see. But as we head into King's Row, you know, King's Row is kind of just like the birthplace of Rush Comp. It is where it is harvested. It is where it lives. It is the essence of a Rush Comp. I'm so excited to see if both of these teams are going to be sticking to that tried and true, what we call, I guess, honest Overwatch within this. Hopefully we're going to be seeing some pure Rush Comps come on King's Row. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I was going to say, depending on who you are, some people call that the honest comp, and some people call other compositions dishonest, whatever. But that's what we get to see on King's Row potentially. We also have for you 2 other maps that potentially could be played. Volskaya Industries will be our map number 2. Map number 3, if necessary, will be Watch Point Gibraltar. If we have a tiebreaker, we've got a map for that too, and it will be one of my favorite maps in Busan. So that's the map pool that you have for you. But like you were saying, like, you almost expect to see Rush as we get ready and load here into King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly, I mean, even when Rush has been incredibly bad, which at this point I would say Rush is probably one of, like, just like a true Vine Zarya, Rush is not one of the best comps you can run right now. But on King's Row, it just works. The tight choke points, you have these tight corners, very short entrances in order to get into where you would normally find the fights, where you can basically just one hit a Lucio speed boost and just rush and you're right into the enemy team. It's incredibly dominant on this map. So maybe we'll be seeing it come out as we head into King's Row here.
Yeah, let's see what teams end up deciding to do. It looks like Manda, Kaiju Corp Manda, is going to run the Orisa and the Sigma composition. They've got Brigitte out there as well, and they're showing us the Echo and the McCree for the DPS.
You know, this is an incredibly meta comp. When you take a look at it, this is a lot of what Contenders is running. This is the Winter Ball thing that was happening with LA Valiant. They were running a lot of double shield, a lot of Sigma Ball too. This is definitely a comp that I was more expecting to see dominate this tournament, but we've been seeing a lot of Rush, and it looks like Rush is going to be selected here and locked in here for JJ. So, you know, one of the teams is running it, one isn't. Let's see how it works.
Yeah, see if the Jet Jaguar can make it all end up paying off. You have Zabi in the sky already throwing out those sticky bombs. Nothing coming through just yet. You do have Afro on the other side running the Echo as well. Players being bursted down on the front line for the team in red and Jet Jaguar, but they are now starting to advance forward. Anti-Nade hits a bunch of Manda, and it's Afro striking pay dirt first. Void Matter, though, will manage to get a kill onto one, and now it is looking very good for the attacking team in Jet Jaguar as they are forcing back the rest of Manda.
And you know, if you're gonna open up a point when playing this Rush comp into this double shield comp, the best way to do it is to land an anti-nade. That is the absolute best way to make sure that you're opening up a point if you are playing this Ana. It is absolutely detrimental that your Ana is able to find nades like that. And look at the ult charge that's coming out from Scout. 91 to that ultimate. That is incredible. And I mean, it looks like some swaps are going to be coming out from Manda too.
Yeah, Manda making a bunch of different swaps. Zabi has gone over to the Reaper, and now Kaiju Corp Jet Jaguar actually being forced back, at least at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to be put a little bit at bay, but as you say that, it looks like some extra picks do come out. JJ are going to be able to take this fight in the end. And just taking a look at the ult economy that is here on JJ, this is going to be incredibly difficult for Manda to be able to take on with just a Deadeye. Maybe they'll get a Coalescence within the middle of this fight, but you got 5 ultimates. You only don't have the high noon if you're on JJ, and that's what happens when you make a late comp switch this late.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, they will have one more contest here for Manda. They start to move forward, get 2 quick kills onto 2 pivotal targets. Graviton Surge pulls a bunch of them in, but it's not enough to win the fight. Jet Jaguar is now going to have to retreat, and honestly, this is one of the worst places for this card to stop. Danny getting an extra pick at the end, but it's not enough. But still, Jet Jaguar, 4 minutes to try and get to this next point. That's still pretty good.
That's pretty good, and they have a nice bank of ultimates coming up. There's not really a lot of defensive ultimates, too, so if Lect is able to find a nice Shatter, and maybe Afro is able to copy E-Cash, they could be able to get that double Reinhardt going. There's not a lot that can really stop that when you don't have that sound barrier come out from KJY. So, interesting to see how this is approached.
The less in front right now, fighting through the Coalescence. Deadeye through it as well. Doesn't get a kill for Void Matter. So 2 ults not getting a whole lot for the defending team. But Jet Jaguar, 2 kills. 3 now is the swing of the hammer from Lect. And Danny finishing off the Lucio will allow them to push this card that last little bit of distance here. And now they'll be on to the final part of the map here on Kings Row.
Yeah, you know, if you're Manda, though, that was probably the proper way that you wanted to take that push. You know you're fighting at an ultimate deficit. You really need to try and find an early pick in order to be able to get your ultimate charge back up and running. So it was good from them, and they forced out a lot of ultimates from JJ, but they did end up capping the points.
Amanda coming back in defensively. Kill, though, from Danny, who was on the flank with the Deadeye, keeping the advantage for Jet Jaguar, as Kaiju Corp Manda will be forced back into spawn once again.
You know, finding a first pick on the KJY is actually just so big. When you're running that Rein Zarya true rush comp, because you don't have that Lucio anymore. The speed engagement is completely gone, and Manda was just able to, JJ was just able to completely swarm Manda and take over the tempo of that fight.
And now they throw the Graviton Surge out, counter grab coming through as well. Players being blocked up, Death Blossom coming through, not going to find Tater, so Void Matter desperately going to use the Deadeye, not able to get through the shield, does stop the Echo from using the ultimate though, so it cancels that out, slows things down for Jet Jaguar, but it's not enough. There's too much damage being pumped out from Jet Jaguar, and they are the team in front, and they will just have to wait for that sound barrier to end on the Lucio, that KJY that can shatter too. They complete this map with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a huge time bank for Jet Jaguar.
That was a pretty dominant showing coming out from Kaiju Corp JJ there. Manda putting up a pretty decent fight though. I mean, they had points and times where they absolutely should not have been winning fights, but were able to win fights just because they got picks right at the beginning of the fight. They know how to try. They're trying to set the tempo as much as they can when at an ult deficit, and it wasn't looking great for Manda, especially since they made those switches so late into the game, into that rush comp, which is what you're most likely going to be seeing here on Kings Row anyways. So if you're trying to run an almost mirror-like comp and you switch late in the game, you're going to be at an ult deficit no matter what. So for Manda to be able to even just come back in some of those fights was huge.
They now got to do it on offense, though, right? Like,
yeah.
They stopped the time bank from being crazy huge, but you still have a lot of work. They're showing us early on that they might go with a rush-style composition, but defensively, let's look at what Jet Jaguar is doing. They've got Genji and they've got McCree. They're running that Lucio and Anna once again. Scout's been really good on that Anna, too.
Yeah, Scout has been absolutely crazy on the Ana, finding incredible anti-nades to be able to open up fights as quick as possible. This Genji might be under a little bit of duress, though, since they're running out with this Moira Lucio comp. It's going to be really difficult for this Genji to find value. I'm interested to see how Afro's going to try and play this, especially in the neutral games.
Staying up on the high ground for the most part. Anti-nade coming through. 2 players going down pretty quickly for Jet Jaguar. Lect getting taken down there at the end. And now they have been pushed off very quickly by Manda. Seems like both these teams having a little bit of trouble holding that first point, that's for sure.
Yeah, unless you find like a huge anti-nade or something, or you just catch a player off guard, I think it's going to be really, really hard for Jet Jaguar to be able to initiate on with this defense. They are going to try and barrel back in, though, to see if they can get an extra point. Touch.
Not going to be able to do that. They do force out the coalescence at the very least from 18, so that is something that they can hold their hats on. Earth Shatter coming through, gets blocked, but players going down, and then Afro with the blade. 2 players down immediately, so they don't have the hold of the cart before the door, or they don't stop the cart from coming through, but they hold the cart right after the doors open.
Yeah, it was a really good play there from Jet Jaguar. They were able to slow down a little bit after the coalescence came out. They decided not to touch point, but now they're in a really good position. They can start to hold Manda underneath this archway, and they actually have some ults to their name. However, they have to recover against this onslaught that's going to come from Manda.
And you're going to have players getting blocked off. Able to get around the wall, though, is Lek. Good thing, too, because Lek was going to go down. But there instead is a huge anti-nade coming out for the side of Jet Jaguar. And they take advantage. They lose Lek, but they don't lose the fight. And this is, you know, you got that quick early take, but now Jet Jaguar has found some stability.
Yeah, and you were right. I mean, the nade coming out from Scout was absolutely huge, and it's basically going to be the main way that Jet Jaguar are going to try and open up fights, especially when they're just playing off of dry fights. Nades are going to be your best friends, so Manda really has to play accordingly to that. They have to understand that that's kind of their win condition, and they need to play a little bit more safely.
Well, now you have the Graviton Surge coming out, the High Noon from the high ground, not going to get a kill with it, but does force some pressure onto Manda, who loses their main tank. They're now being forced back. Don't have a lot that they can do at this point without that main tank to keep them up in the front line. They're just trying to retreat, and that's just pigs to a slaughter for the side of Jet Jaguar, as they don't even let those players get back into spawn.
Incredibly smart play from the DPS of Jet Jaguar as well. Afro was actually protecting Danny throughout that entire Deadeye with the Genji deflect and was able to keep Danny alive, and then a bunch of other pressure just came out from all sides of Jet Jaguar and were just able to beam down Manda because of it. But Manda are going to take a classy approach right now.
Had that blade coming through from Afro on the flank, not getting any kills with it, and then Afro goes down while the blade is coming through. So Manda with their opening, but they are not being able to take advantage of it yet. Tentacles and Danny combining for 2 kills of their own. Galileo so high charge, forcing these players back. Zabi onto the Genji now too. Deflects away, but they still are not able to do enough in the fight to get the cart going.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be running into this mirror comp now, which is exactly how Manda didn't cap last time. Manda switched off to the mirror comp, and they were just behind in ult percentage. It was so hard for them to gain any momentum back on their defense. I really hope that the same thing doesn't happen with Manda's offense. I'm not quite sure about the switches that come through here, but I do think that some switches need to be made.
2.5 minutes left for Manda to try and push through. They have the Deadeye, keeping players away from the Graviton Surge. Galileo goes down quickly. They're losing players, though, because the Shatter from Let just swings through, and doesn't matter that they were starting to maybe get an advantage for Manda.
Yeah, Lekt absolutely asserted dominance right there. That is exactly what you want from a main tank. Incredible play there from Lekt. Now, though, JJ only has 2 ultimates, the Deadeye and the beat. This beat from Tentacles has to be massive if it wants to be able to get rid of the damage that's going to be happening from this grab that's going to come out from Magdalene.
Now we get the Deadeye from Danny, and it sneaks through and gets 2 kills. Now you runs in, gets the punch kill too. Now it's the McCree versus McCree. Boy, it mattered. Nobody respects the sanctity of the McCree versus McCree 1v1. But Manda now down to 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, just down to 1.5 minutes. This is going to be a good fight, though, for Manda, especially given the ults. But JJ played that incredibly well. They aggressed as soon as they know they needed to, considering they know that they were down in ult deficit. They needed to aggress onto that fight a little bit quicker to make sure that they could see if they could find any picks. And the Deadeye does just that.
Coming back through, Graviton Surge, keeping those players in. Now you've built up to the Shatter too, looking for the opportunity to maybe use it, but it's not going to matter. The Shatter comes out from Lekt instead. And Jet Jaguar maintaining control of the cart.
Lect has been incredible on this Reinhardt. Lect can pretty much play it all. Lect is just kind of like the flex god of this JJ squad. And Lect is showing why right now they are absolutely plowing on this Reinhardt. But look, let's take a look at this shatter from Ekash to see if it can find anything, as well as the Nanoblade.
Catch coming through, but now Afro using the duplicate, gets slapped though while using it, but that's okay because everybody is going down for the side of Manda. Jet Jaguar, it's okay that the slap comes through onto Afro.
That was an incredible sweep coming out from 18. Sadly, does not end up mattering. Only about 5 seconds left on the clock. The grab comes out from Galileo just to make sure that people can't really come to point as efficiently. The tracking is going to be done onto this Lucio as well. And that's pretty much it, Labosco. Map 1 sealed tight. And while Manda was looking pretty decent on their first push, just never really got enough momentum to make it past Archway.
No, Jet Jaguar made the appropriate changes and dominated the streets phase of King's Row. Never were able to really gain momentum for Manda after that initial part. And Lect, play of the game with that shatter that the one opportunity where maybe Manda was going to get the cart moving. Not able to happen thanks to Lect.
One thing that I also want to highlight on this JJ squad is the synergy that's coming up between Lect and Scout right now. Every single time Lect goes in, Scout has Lex back. I mean, it is just impressive. And the nades that are coming out from Scout are huge. The capitalization is coming out immediately from JJ. There is absolutely no hesitation. You can tell that this squad has been playing each other for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, and now, with the fact that we've had that first map out of the way, we can see, they both definitely play a lot with each other, that's for sure. You think about Jaguar and Manda themselves, I mean, they probably play against each other a lot too, I would imagine, but we're going to map number 2, which, by the way, is Volskaya Industries. So I don't know how that changes things here, if it does, as far as what we might see, Tangerine, since, I mean, both these teams seem really comfortable with the Reinhardt Zarya.
Yeah, they both seem incredibly comfortable with it, but we did see Manda right at the beginning roll out on that double shield comp, and this is where double shield shines. Playing defensively double shield on Volskaya Industries is so incredibly strong. If you're just able to hold out by that forklift on first point, you're able to disengage in so many different ways. So if the rotations are good, and Manda is really comfortable on that double shield comp that they teased a little bit on King's Row, this could definitely be a really, really good map for Manda.
We'll see if they end up deciding to do it. I'm curious to see if we get teams switching sides or not. It looks like we're going to keep them on the same. So Jet Jaguar will still be attacking first. Manda will be defending. So we'll even get to see what Manda chooses as their composition right off of the bat. What's the biggest thing? I'm trying to think as far as like the biggest thing here is like, if they do play that composition, there are ways to answer it as far as like map geometry or Jet Jaguar. You can always, nobody does it anymore, but you can always go around.
Yeah, you definitely can. I mean, I've seen a variety of different ways that you can play around with the double shield. A good way to break the double shield comp, though, is to definitely play that Wrecking Ball Sigma comp that has been dominating within the contender scene as of late, and also within the Gauntlet. So it's a very, very, very nice counter to the double shield that could possibly be coming out, and it looks like is going to come out on the defense for Manda here.
So they will go with that. They have the Ashe and the Hanzo as the DPS too. So one thing for sure with Ashe and with Hanzo, you get the dynamite damage, but also you get a lot of damage onto the shields that'll be there for this side of Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, Denny will be making that switch last second onto the Tracer. So going for a little bit more of a chaotic kind of rush comp almost with these DPS. Yeah. It's going to be nice against the double shield too, because, I mean, you're going to have to be throwing out shields every which way if you want to make sure that you're mitigating all of the damage coming out from those two DPS on the side of Jet Jaguar.
They've got their tanks on either side, so they're kind of playing a crossfire at the moment for the side of Manda, but now the rotation is going to force those players back around. They'll all be grouped together now on that high ground, opposite of where the Mega Health Pack is. Zabi trying to deal with the Tracer, super low, gets the kill with the Storm Arrows, but Magdalene went down as well, so you've lost a player on either side. What's the bigger loss? Well, now you lose Zabi too, so you're losing out on a lot of damage, and you've got to take care of the Echo in the sky, and they're having so much trouble with a Jet Jaguar in control.
You know, these DPS are doing exactly what they need to do on Jet Jaguar right now. They're causing disruption. They're making sure that people aren't going to be able to be comfortable on the side of Manda for this double shield comp, which is exactly what you need to do in order to dislodge this comp. It's such a strong comp. If Manda is able to set up exactly where they want to be and is able to just get out that spam damage, but it's so hard to get out that spam damage when you're running up against this Echo Tracer comp, and now you have like a nano copy sort of situation coming out, and Afro finds a pick immediately. That's going to be very difficult.
Very big to lose out on those Discord orbs, and now you have the Tracer coming in. I think might have almost has the pulse bomb. Doesn't even matter though, because you've got too much damage coming through. You have the copy and the bomb getting used by Afro. Doesn't get a whole lot because nobody was left to take care of it. But that's a very, very fast take. 5 minutes and 7 seconds for Jet Jaguar. They probably don't get to keep all of that time, but the fact that they get to that 5-minute mark is huge.
Yeah, it's always a little bit reassuring when you see the time go up after you're done with the 2 CP map. Goes up from that 4 minutes to literally anywhere. You know that you had a really, really solid attack, and that's exactly what Jet Jaguar just did. The attacks were incredibly, incredibly solid. DPS causing disruption all around, and they know that they're playing that rush comp, so the tanks have to go basically right to point, because it's going to be much more difficult if Manda is running the double shield comp and they can't play up on that high ground. It would have been incredibly difficult for JJ to be able to just take that fight straight up right on that high ground, and then it force them out with, I mean, I can't even like fathom a sentence right now in which case that rush comp would have been able to just head straight up into Manda. So well played from JJ to recognize their win condition up against this double shield comp.
Yeah, and now they have themselves an opportunity to make this time bank of theirs really hurt against Manda. Manda showing us that they're probably going to go with dive. On the other side, Afro will be back onto the Echo. We actually have the Symmetra from Danny too.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly interesting. I believe as of recently, Sim actually has like one of the highest win rates on like the competitive ladder right now, which is actually crazy. But Danny's going to be making that switch almost immediately. Already a pick coming out from Zabi though.
Yeah, Lex seemed to be really far ahead from the rest of the team, and now Afro is out of this one too. So I guess they're pinning all of their hopes on their second point hold, because this is going to be a faster first point take for Manda than even what Jet Jaguar had, if they can finish these players off that are in that room with the Mega Health Pack.
Yeah, that was incredibly interesting coming out from Jet Jaguar. I think they might have just been in like an uncomfortable situation there. They wanted to make switches, weren't exactly able to make switches, but now Jet Jaguar seem to be able, it looks like they're trying to come back onto this point, and it might be successful.
Zabi's going to be taken down. Afro on the Echo, coming back, getting 2 quick kills. Now onto the back line, gets the kill onto 18, and now bursting down with the help of those sticky bombs onto the D.Va. What just happened?
Afro's a menace is what just happened. Afro is absolutely disgusting on this Echo. JJ was able to just back up as soon as they could, and they realized that they're running this dive comp. So they immediately went over to the Roadhog, and with the Sigma, with the Rock, and the Hook, and the Brig Stun, it's so hard for this dive to be able to get any sort of efficiency done. And Afro directly counters that Pharah pick too.
They do get 2 ticks at the very least for Manda, but now you have to deal with this new composition that's coming through from Jet Jaguar, and Danny is already making the Tracer pay dividends, has the Pulse Bomb ready too, and you can see Manda has to back up. They need to regroup.
I'm actually not quite sure in this comp for Manda where exactly you're gonna find a ton of value with this Winston. I can understand the Diva because you're running a lot of spam damage on the side of JJ, so it's like, it's understandable, but this Winston is just gonna get beamed down basically as soon as possible, and that's represented within that ult charge, but a bomb comes out here first.
Self-destruct, displacing players, at least for the moment, letting Zabi get in aggressively on the Pharah. Afro will use the copy onto that, going right at Zabi, who ends up going down. Did get a kill with the barrage, but now you have the cloned barrage doing more for Afro. The duplicate pays off in a big way, and they still hold on for Jet Jaguar.
God, that was all of Manda's ults. That was every single ult that Manda had for that fight used almost immediately. And it was just shut down completely based off of a really good copy coming out from Afro, copying off of that Pharah and just taking out both tanks single-handedly. You can't let that happen if you're Manda. And yet they're still choosing to stick with this dive tank line comp. And if you don't have ultimates, it's going to be incredibly hard to break this Jet Jaguar comp. If you're running what Manda is running right now with these two dive tanks, it's going to be almost impossible to be able to find a ton of value here.
Go with the Genji Tracer this time instead. You still have the Primal Rage available. Void Matter getting the kill onto Afro is a massive start, has been a nuisance in the sky on the Echo. So you've gotten that out of the way. Now you've got to deal with the Gravitic Flux, pulls players into the sky. Nobody down to it just yet. Galileo coming back in with that, gets the kill onto the mech with the Gravitic Flux, but that's it so far. They're just stalling out time. They're going to be able to get players back. Now you have your main tank getting aggressive, and you don't even get the Primal Rage off. That's a huge loss for Manda, and now on the point, they're just losing players left and right.
Oh, not being able to get that Primal Rage off was pivotal from Ekaj. Ah, that's just so rough. Afro also finds 2 picks right at the beginning of that fight. Afro proving his worth on the team after falling incredibly soon within that first fight, almost costing Jet Jaguar that first point. But it doesn't matter. Comes in, finds all those picks, and Jet Jaguar are going to be able to take this set with a very nice 2-0 and what I thought was going to be an incredibly competitive match.
It seemed competitive at times, but it was all Jet Jaguar at the end of the day. And I mean, just look at that from Afro, beaming down the Pharah, and then the Mercy doesn't even get a chance to do the res. That was super impressive from Afro for sure, and huge kill participation too. I think it did Tentacles get a bash off too to stop the Primal? I couldn't tell, but it doesn't matter because they dominated for Kaiju Corp, Jet Jaguar, and now they get to move on into the Challenger Brackets finals, where they will end up, it looks like, be playing Kaiju Corp once again.
Ah, yes, running up against KNGC. These are the 2 highest seeded teams coming up against each other into the Challenger bracket. So it's going to be an incredible matchup when we actually get into the Challenger bracket finals. Incredibly excited to be able to see the 2 technically based on SR best teams from Kaiju Corp go at it in an incredibly high stakes match.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to see. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we got more to go. We still got plenty of games left, so don't go anywhere.
and welcome back to the Overwatch community tournament for Kaiju Corp's friends and family. My name is Willingness the Fourth, and I'm joined again with Bosco and Tangerine, and we are in Grand Finals territory for the rookie bracket, and the rules are a little bit different. Why don't you explain that, Tangerine?
Yeah, so the rules get a little bit different as we start to head into this rookie bracket and challenger bracket finals. These two games are going to be a best of 5 that are going to be starting on Lijiang Tower, and then from that point on, there will be no map bans, but the loser of Lijiang Tower will be picking the next map, and then it will be continuing like that until the entire series is done, until somebody scores 3 points. Other than that, it's going to be pretty much exactly the same, just a little bit different as far as the map format goes. And the losing team will be picking the map as they continue on throughout the series. So very similar to how finals would be for some sort of like Overwatch League or Contenders type of thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Go for it.
I fear nothing. But when I heard that there was no bans for maps and that any map is available, I now have one fear. And that is the fact that Paris is a pickable map. That's my only fear.
Well, I don't know if these teams will do that to themselves, you know. Like that's
Right?
the other thing too, right? It's like the
You
loser
never
would have to
know.
pick that.
Listen, if you're in a desperate situation, desperate times call for desperate measures. Sometimes you make decisions that you don't like.
Right. Well, anyway,
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if these two
Go
teams
right
have played before already, but we have seen a lot of Lloyd Norix this tournament, and like from what we saw, it was pretty solid. But we're gonna try to see if we get into this match here, but you guys can like keep going.
Yeah, you know, if we want to go off of that Paris thing, I think recently within a scrimmage match that I did, we did end up playing in a Volskaya map. Sorry, not a Volskaya map. What was it? In a Horizon Lunar Colony map, if anybody remembers that map and how it exists at some point in time throughout this game. And we had to play that competitively. So it's definitely a possibility that one of these teams could choose Paris.
Horizon Lunar Colony is at least a little bit better.
A little bit, marginally.
Not
it did have one
listen,
rework.
we're talking about like if we're talking like Circles of Hell, it's like, you know, one ring outside of the other. They're still both there though. It's just one is like the worst circle to be in, and the other one's like the second worst. So it's not as bad. But at that point, it's like, does it really matter? I guess it doesn't. So the big
actually,
point is.
I'm sorry to interject one quick. In the chat, they're saying like they only have a gentleman's agreement to not pick Paris. So just as a
All right, they are kindred spirits to me then. That's what I'm hearing. So good to know that we won't be going there at least. But Lijiang Tower, of course, a completely different obstacle that they're going to have. For this Tangerine, we're going to the control center to begin, and control center itself, very enclosed map. You can actually play Pharah here, though. Teams have done it in the past because there actually is a decent skybox in where the control point is. You don't usually see it, though. But we do see a lot of rush-style comps, a lot of, like, raw style of compositions here because of the enclosed spaces that you're mostly dealing with, and of course the choke points that you can control.
Yeah, and Lloyd Norix was a huge fan of running that rush comp. They would basically run it on anything that we ever saw them on. To be fair, we did only see them on control maps though, so that might be augmenting reality just a little bit here, but on Lijiang Tower, this is an incredible place to start running some rush comps, so
yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah, the brawl styles will definitely help you out here. We can already see, though, that the teams are going to have different ways at which they approach this. You're going to have Northwestern. He is playing Genji. Wraith is on the Reaper. And then you have the walls that can come through and the Symmetra turret. So much different flows.
The wall doesn't seem to be getting a ton of value, doesn't really split off the team as much. However, that shield is taking a nice amount of damage, and Northwestern are going to have to back off just a little bit. I'm loving this sim pick right now. It is absolutely beaming down the members of Northwestern, but Hita's going to find a pick onto the backline, but I don't think it's going to matter unless Hita can pull something absolutely insane out. I can hear that Kenji in the background doing some damage, but it's not enough.
Norix just coming out and using that. It's a lot to deal with from the front line, a lot of damage, and of course players that can get frozen up. Like, you don't realize how much that microwave does from the Symmetra gun. but it can do a lot, especially once it starts to build up.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're gonna be rolling into this fight. Mouser already has a shatter, and they have. Whoa, this shatter is huge! The 6-man shatter! Somebody get that man some sort of trophy. But Hina actually goes into the backline, finds a pick on the Little Fairies and on the El Toto. So now, Northwestern are up in this fight, and it looks like they're gonna be winning it. What a comeback from Northwestern!
It's beautiful when you get a shatter like that, but what's not beautiful is not having any follow-up. And the problem with Daddy Doodle and Tachyon being on the two heroes that they are, a shatter like that is hard to follow up onto because you don't have those burst damage heroes that you have on the other side. So now you have control of the point for Northwestern, and now they can try and hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, a few things just happened there. A wall ended up coming out from Tachyon as well as a nano onto Mouser, and they're just going to be steamrolling. Just absolutely steamrolled over Northwestern just by using those two ults. However, I mean, Northwestern are going to be coming back into this with a few ults of their own.
Yeah, they have a few, well, they have a few ults, but again, they've got to get through the microwave. That's the biggest problem. You've got the turrets, you've got everything else. That's why you're seeing them go around instead, so that way they can try and engage and get on top of this team, but they get caught.
That was actually such a good call there from Loinorix to just beam into them while they're heading up into this small room, throw down the Blizzard, and initiate right on that fight immediately. Incredibly well done from Loinorix.
That's how you need to collapse onto a team when you're playing the composition that they have. They just didn't do it fast enough when they had the shatter, and that's part of the problem. But that's okay, because now they're at 78%. They only need to win one more fight. So, and Icy went off the map. I don't know what happened to Icy, but that takes a couple extra seconds, a couple more percentage points for Loinorix.
Yeah, Loinorix also have this beat and this sim wall to be able to play around, but the amount of ultimates from Northwestern is huge! They're not even gonna really need to use them though, as Wraith ends up finding a Death Blossom kill right off of the bat. Ektar does end up throwing out that Coalescence though, to be able to ensure this fight, but I mean, Northwestern have a long road ahead of them if they want to win this round.
Ektar's Coalescence is something that they're going to wish that they had back, because it's going to be so important, especially with some of the ultimates coming up for the side of Loinorix. So that is a pretty big loss on their side.
A good block comes out there from Icy, not wanting to repeat what happened to them earlier. Hina with the 3-man Deadeye, combined with Maze Mel's grab. An absolutely amazing and quick play from Northwestern.
We didn't mention the switch over to the McCree, but it's making a difference. It's really helping out. It's more consistent damage on their side to deal with the damage coming out. Actually, Tachyon making the switch off of the Symmetry here, so they are going to match the McCrees. That's when you start to get a little worried, but they go the sound barrier here.
Yeah, the sound barrier comes out in response to the shatter that came out from Icy, but I don't think it's going to be doing anything, as Golden Flame ends up using the beat of their own in order to be able to aggress onto them. However, Hippocampus has this grab coming up, so that might smell a little bit of doom coming out from Northwestern in this next fight.
It's a pretty dry fight, but Ektar is about to get up to another Coalescence, so able to build it up back in time where it's going to matter.
Oh, that's huge. Mouser gets picked off before they can even get to point. Is anybody even gonna touch? No! Nobody touches from the side of Loinorix, and Hippocampus just got that grab and got nanoed. That's tough to see, Bosco.
It's tough to see, but for Northwestern, you have to be very confident and feel good about what you were able to do on that point, because you were so far behind. Like, the percentage difference was massive. It wasn't 99-0, of course, but still, there was a lot of control coming out from Loinorix. They found a composition finally to work against what Loinorix had. So Northwestern has to feel good about going here to Gardens. Now you have yourselves a really good opportunity and a different type of map that's going to make it a little bit harder on what Loinorix wants to do.
Exactly. Loinorix loves to play that rush comp. As you can see, they lock it almost immediately, but they're not going to be running a Lucio this time. Instead, opting in for a Mercy instead, but also not running a Pharah or an Echo. Going to be interesting to see exactly how they want to take this, as both teams just start poking at each other right now.
Yeah, it's really going to be about the engages here. Mouser is very low, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. A lot easier to get in and out for Northwestern with Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball ends up slamming in, trying to take control of this choke, but it's really hard for the Wrecking Ball to find space with Daddy Doodle just absolutely beaming down ice all over him. But Wraith does find a pick on the Mouser to initiate, and that is just going to be it. I mean, once you get rid of the main tank, there's not much else that you can do.
With players so spread out, for Daddy Doodle, it's just hard to get everybody frozen up, and they weren't able to get kills afterwards. It's a little hard even for the Genji on the frozen target to finish them off. So now you switch over to the McCree to try and deal with those players that are going to try and get in close and back out like Mazmel is going to do. And now you have an opportunity where you can actually maybe get this composition to work.
Yeah, and a juicy boop attempt is going to be trying to come out here from Mazemel, but doesn't seem to be able to find anything. And Little Fairies finds a nade kill on the Golden Flame immediately. The collapse that just came through from the side of Loy Norix in order to be able to take out Northwestern that fast was incredibly coordinated.
It's super, like I said, it's a lot easier when you have that McCree to just jump on those targets, right-click somebody who's frozen, then throw a flashbang themselves, right-click that person. Like, you have so much more that you can do on the McCree in the type of composition that they're in. So it's just a switch that makes sense, and now they have control of the point.
Yeah, the amount of CC that comes through on this comp from Loy Norix can be, how you say, molding, I suppose. But it looks like... It looks like Northwestern are going to be able to weather the storm quite well as Hida finds a pick. It finds another pick immediately, actually. So Hida doing incredibly well on this fight. Icy also commits the flux, finds 3. Great plays there from Northwestern.
Still got ultimates to hold on to as well. Mazemel will be able to throw out those the mines on the bridge if that's where they go, or into the White Room, wherever. That will really make it difficult to get over. Mazemel running in immediately throws the mines out.
Yeah, an early minefield comes out, causes a lot of destruction, and within the chaos, Hida thrives, ends up finding 2 picks immediately, 3 picks, a great pulse bomb on the Hippocampus as well, and this is starting to get into one-fight territory now for Loy Norix. They have to win this next fight.
They've got that grab, they've got the Blizzard, they have tools to win the next fight. It's really, they've got to win this one, and then will you have enough to win the fight afterwards? Because you have some big ultimates that will be coming up for Northwestern. They still have the duplicate too that they're going to have to try and get through from Wraith. They're in a position here for Northwestern to win this map outright.
Hida already building up to another pulse bomb. The last fight still hasn't even ended, but the amount of spam that just went on the Little Fairies Little Aries was actually just insane, and it doesn't look like, even with the absolute massive amount of ults that Loy Norix has, that they're going to be able to take this point.
I was a little surprised that it was the Moira who was the person out in front to get bursted down by the sticky bombs. It's a huge loss at the beginning. You lose so much healing, and now you've got players just streaming back in to try and keep this going, but this is all but over.
Yeah, it was a nice focus fire there coming out from Northwestern to realize that Moira was so up front, so quick, that they just bursted her out immediately, and you can't go making those mistakes right now if you're running out on the side of Loy Norix. But they did end up putting up a really, really good fight against an incredibly strong team in Northwestern.
A really good start. It's only map number 1 too. I think, you know, we're in that part where it's a best of 5, so you need to win 3 maps. First to 3, I guess, is what we should probably call it, because we've got like tiebreakers and stuff, whatever. But you win map number 1 for Northwestern. That's a really sort of good boon to you, especially when Loy Norix kind of had your number there a little bit at the beginning on the first point that we saw. So moving on into the opportunity to pick maps, though, Loy Norix has to think about what they've seen from Northwestern. We've seen Northwestern run that Echo pretty successfully. They have to think about, do they want to go maps where that Echo works really well? Like they have a lot of things to consider. And since they seem to be very much on the Reinhardt style of compositions, what maps are you going to pick? I don't believe it matters what type either, from what I know. So we could even see, like, I don't think we're going to see like 5 control maps in a row, Tangerine, but like we could see all like escort maps or something.
I'm expecting Kings Row, if I'm being honest. I am absolutely expecting Kings Row. I mean, it's the birthplace of the Rush comp, and if Loin Oryx can thrive within that Rush comp, Kings Row is the place that you need to go. Some other ones that possibly jump to mind, and I mean, Rush comp is just like not as run right now, so I haven't been seeing a ton of it. I'm trying to think of maps where I guess you could see control maps are definitely the first maps that come to mind when you think of Rush comp, but then you think of stuff like Kings Row. I've seen primarily run on Kings Row, and it looks like that's actually where we're going to be going next.
So Kings Row is where we get to go for map number 2, and like the one place where you can maybe make Reinhardt work is Kings Row. So like I'm not super surprised to think that, oh, this is the map we're going to. It's just a matter of, will they actually be able to make it work? Like is this going to actually work against what Northwestern decides to go with? We still don't know what Northwestern's going to potentially run. Like, they've shown us a pretty big mixed bag of compositions and pieces, so they can really kind of throw anything at us at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be incredibly interesting to see, too. I know Mazemel is playing on an off roll right now. Mazemel has been playing on tank, but Mazemel's actually going to be getting subbed out for this next map coming out in Kings Row, so maybe they're actually bringing in like a Ryan Zarya kind of specialist to be able to run their own counter rush, and maybe we'll see some true, honest Overwatch coming out here.
Maybe, or maybe they just, you know, want to give somebody else a little bit of time here. It's a best of 5, you lose one map, you know, not too big of a deal, but I know we've seen Mouser play a lot of the Reinhardt, so that is one thing that you kind of expect at this point for Loin Oryx. For Northwestern, though, it's like kind of the world seems to be their oyster at this point. It's what do they feel like playing, because they've shown that they can play a bunch of different ones. Icy's going to be playing on the Reinhardt more than likely, though. I don't think Absolutely will stay on the Widowmaker. They also could just be memeing. But on the other side, Danny Doodle is again playing on the Mei, which they've done pretty good on the Mei. It's just about everything else around. How does that all end up working together?
Yeah, I'm actually incredibly excited too to see Hida go over from DPS on to tank. Hida was it's just an absolute beast of a player. You saw Hida absolutely lighting up the kill feed on that Lijiang match, and the tracking that comes out from Hida is disgusting. So to see Hida on the Zarya, it's incredibly promising.
And absolutely, you're going to look, of course, for a pick here. I'm not going to get anything. I'm curious to see. I don't think they're going to stay on the Widow, though. I think that they maybe switch from this.
It's good to know, though, because it looks like that Northwestern know that they're trying to hide in hotel, basically, and are just going to take this aggressive rush, absolutely knowing that most of their players are in hotel, forces out the immortality kill really early from Little Aries. Running out on this Bap Lucio comp is going to be a lot of healing coming out. But it's going to be hard to take on these hard rushes that are coming out from Northwestern as Golden Flame finds a pick. It just seems like they were just able to out-rush and out-damage everything that was coming out of Loin Oryx there.
I mean, try it out. Absolutely makes the switch over to the Soldier 76 too, so they get some really good consistent damage. A lot of damage on their side with Wraith on the Reaper too. So it's a very difficult front line that you have to deal with, and Wraith, of course, can come from anywhere on the Reaper. So you've got a lot that you have to worry about. It gets a little bit easier for them as far as where they have to focus for Loin Oryx once you're in street space, but they're being forced back right now effectively.
I'm looking at Absolutely's tracking right now, and it's actually just crazy. Like, looking through those targets, through like 4 different targets, incredible tracking coming out, and already 70% up to that ult, as well as Wraith up to about 73. Lots of ults on almost every single ult online right now for Northwestern. Let's see how this fight's going to go down. A grab popped immediately from Hida, as well as a Coalescence. Shatter comes out from Mouser. Doesn't seem to be getting too much value, but Icy will get pinned. It looks like Icy might fall here. 37 health does end up falling. Tachyon finding a pick as well onto Hida. This is actually looking decently promising for Loin Oryx here. A wall comes out, is just going to get immediately broken. It looks like the tack visor as well coming out from Absolutely, trying to see if they can find anything. Will end up finding El Toto, and that was exactly the nail in the coffin that Northwestern needed in order to take that fight.
A well-timed visor coming out from Absolutely to ensure that they do too, because they do lose Icy early on. I was a little surprised Mouser dropped the shield while that visor was going on. Probably still ends up having the same results, but at least you can shield those players, let them get away. Maybe you get a recontest here before Streets phase ends, but now 5.5 minutes to try and finish the map. Like, Northwestern is cruising here in this Rookies final.
Yeah, I mean, most likely Mouser put down that shield to see if he could get so that they wouldn't get shattered by Icy, but ultimately they needed that shield in order to survive that onslaught. But a Blizzard comes out immediately from Daddy Doodle, is going to find Icy even through the beat. Golden Flame looks like it's also about to get bursted down. So overall, a very, very good fight coming out there from Loinorix, but they had to use a couple of bolts to do it.
Yeah, I didn't see if Icy got hit by the sound barrier or not. But that was really quick. If so, it's just really good focus fire coming out from everybody on the side of Loinorix. But they're going fast here, Northwestern, trying to keep this tempo. They're going in quickly, even though they just lost the fight.
Oh, no rock out on the side. That's going to signal the Wraith. Death Blossom to be coming out. Only finds the immortality, though, but it does so much damage. And it looks like just based off of the back of that and a well-timed coalescence that Northwestern are just going to clean up that fight rather than handle it.
The biggest difference there is the coalescence, because the Death Blossom is eaten up by the El Toto sound barrier pretty effectively, but you then add the coalescence on top of it to really just finally cut through and actually start to hit those health bars instead of hitting the barrier that comes out from the Lucio. So that makes a big difference, and of course he still had Absolutely pumping out damage like crazy. So a really good effort from Northwestern. I mean, 4.5 minutes almost. That's a nutty time bank. Like, they lost a fight even. To still have that much time is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they literally just rolled through the Streets phase. Northwestern were starting to lose a fight and then ended up just coming back into it with ults that they had later. And then third point, there was basically no contest besides one very, very early fight win that came out from Loinorix off of the back of a nice shatter and Mail that came out there. So the Blizzard ending up finding some effectiveness there. But ultimately, still 4 minutes and 24 seconds. I mean, something's got to change here for Loinorix.
Their attack is where they can start to make this happen. Obviously, like, matching 4 minutes and 24 seconds is almost out of the question. But if you can at least put up a good time bank, they don't get to keep all of that 4 minutes. That's one thing to always remember. You know, we get that reduced in time once both teams complete the map. Try and compete with that time bank, but don't think that you have to beat it if you're Loinorix. For Northwestern, though, like, they're playing the same composition they were just playing. Like, they feel really confident about this comp and whatever might come from Loinorix. So, Tachyon on the Genji, gotta be a little careful here, since Soldier's gonna eat you up.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit odd in my opinion. The Ana needs to find a lot of value with the anti-nades, but as long as Hida is saving bubbles and the antis aren't incredible, then it's very easy to sustain through it. And right off of the bat, Hida finds a pick on the Daddy Doodle. Mouser does end up getting that ping kill though, but right in the back. Tachyon falls to a Helix rocket, well timed there from Absolute.
I'm so confused. I know that they would have lost the fight if Tachyon doesn't try to come back and help, but you had a chance to at least get the Soldier out of the fight. Like, sure, you pushed them away, but you know where they're going to run. They're going to run to the health pack that's right below you. Like, you could have taken Absolutely out. It was at 8 HP. So, a little surprised by that, but still, they're re-engaged. They've got to make something work here.
Yeah, and the engage is just there. Northwestern is just playing this so aggressively, which is so smart. It's so difficult for a Genji to be able to find the spam value that you need when compared to a Reaper Soldier comp.
Daddy Doodle has made the switch over to that Reaper too to try and at least counter it a little bit, or at least match it, but you lost your Ana at the beginning of that last fight, so like you lose out on that healing. You've got to wait all of this extra time, but now they can re-engage.
The Shatter does end up finding a pick. Tachyon actually does end up finding Absolutely winning out in that DPS duel. Right now, it is an even fight. No Zarya's on the field right now, but a Coalescence comes out from Eggtart, and with El Toto fighting, falling early in that fight, not being able to use that sound barrier is pivotal.
It's really disciplined from Wraith to not use the Death Blossom there, too. because you are starting to lose an advantage to only allow for Eggtart to use the Coalescence. Like, that's really smart play. Oh no.
Oh no.
The
You don't like to
just
see
goes
that.
longer. Like those are game losing plays though that happen. Like Tachion's trying to build up to the blade and has it. And there's an opportunity maybe to get Wraith out of the fight, but you can't overcommit because now everybody has to wait, and now you're behind once this fight starts.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that you can do is use Blade to force out the grab and the sound barrier, but it doesn't end up happening. Tachyon ends up falling early in that fight, not able to get the Blade off. Little Aries, though, does find a pick on the Wraith, which is semi-promising, but the grab comes out from Hida. That's just going to clean things up because El Toto used that sound barrier early on in that fight, and it's not going to be able to mitigate the damage coming out from that grab anymore.
They also just didn't have the damage themselves to deal with what was coming out from Northwestern. So Loinorix, they've got the Blade, and Little Aries is about to get the Nano. Like, that's kind of what everything is being pinned onto now. That's their only hope of maybe winning this. And luckily for them, there's no support ultimates to deal with it. And now here comes the Blade.
Oh. Here we go. The Blade comes in, slices and dices through 2, 3, 4. Absolutely dominating. Gets the 5th kill. Doesn't quite get the team kill, though. Hippocampus, you're responsible for not giving Tachyon that team kill. However, a good Nano Blade comes out. Eventually, Loinorix get what they need.
The time it took, though, is the biggest problem, right? Like, the fact that you had these other ultimates that were coming up that had opportunities to turn the fight in your favor, and it takes that Nano Blade, puts you in a really tough position, at least for the time being. But this is still winnable for them. They still have opportunities.
Oh no. Oh no. Daddy Doodle doesn't get anything off of that from Mouser! Oh my lord. That is one of the... Mouser is just landing these game-winning shatters almost. It is absolutely insane what Mouser is able to do on this Reinhardt.
They got to keep this cart moving, though. They've got to make sure they know who's going to be on cart to keep it moving, so that way everybody else can push forward. They get Eggtart at the end for the stagger, so this should be pretty close to the end of the point once they keep that cart going. There will be one more recontest, though, for the side of Northwestern. Northwestern, at this point, it's like, okay, we're giving up space, but we've got this time bank so low already. As long as we build up ultimates, we'll be fine.
Yeah, pretty much. Hippocampus also has that grab, as well as the Nano online. Nano Blade already back up. I hope they don't burn all of their ultimates here. Grab comes out, forces out the beat. Now would be a great time for the Blade, but the Blade doesn't end up coming out. Players fall from the side of Loinorix before they can get that Blade off.
The timing just wasn't there for the Blade for Loinorix, just because when you look at it for Tachyon, players had already fallen. There was also the sound barrier that you would have had to cut through. At that point, you're better off just waiting for this next fight where those ultimates are gone, and now there's nothing to deal with the Nano Blade. You have to give up the time, but here's the chance.
Oh no, Tachyon gets grabbed immediately, but Mouser finds a pick on the Icy. Wait! Mouser is absolutely dominating within this fight, wins the tank war, 5-3 within that fight. The Blade was not even what they needed. They just needed Tachyon to be almost like a distraction for them.
That's the biggest thing, is like the Blade focuses so much attention from a team when it's a Nano Blade that you are allowed to have other things become really effective. It's really weird now too, because you've got absolutely behind enemy lines that they have to try and deal with. And they finally do, but now you've allowed for Northwestern to get aggressive up front here, and they'll be able to slow this cart down right at the beginning.
Yeah, Wraith also has the option to commit this Death Blossom. I would advise against it, especially considering they are down a player, so they are going to be backing up within this fight, waiting for Absolutely to get back into this fight and get set up into a nice position. They are taking a lot of damage, though. However, Icy does find a pick on the Daddy Doodle before the fight basically even begins, and that's going to spell defeat immediately here for Loinorix. Only a minute and about 38 seconds left on the clock.
My ultimate is charging.
So now, Loinorix, I mean, you're getting into crunch time. You've got some ultimates coming back, but are you waiting for another Blade? Is that what you have to try and finish that? Oh, no.
Oh, it's a
no.
fat finger. Oh, that's so bad.
That's really rough when that happens, for sure.
That's just not what you want to have happen. It's unfortunate, but it happens sometimes. Trying to get the deflect on that grab is Tachyon, but the grab hasn't been built up. The shatter comes through, lays so many people flat, but the beat is great from Golden Flame, and Absolutely and Wraith are able to just clean up with both ultimate DPS ultimates being used on the side of Northwestern.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Northwestern now. Mouser with that charge, though.
What? I mean, Mouser is finding so much value right now. Mouser is winning this tank war, even if not winning the actual game right now in Moscow.
Yeah, that charge doesn't do a whole lot for you, unfortunately, but at least you get something out of what was happening. You're down to your last fight, though. They have the Nano Blade, though. This has got to be the difference.
Ooh, quick initiation comes out from this Nano Blade. Tachyon's being able to find so much value. Ends up finding Absolutely immediately. Tachyon doing really well with that blade, but Hina's just out on the backline right now, causing absolute chaos. Catches a few within the grab of Hippocampus. Is able to find El Toto, though. Hina lighting up this kill feed, but Hippocampus will be taking down Wraith. I don't think, though, that Northwestern is going to be able to not lose this fight. It looks like they were just able to come back. Spawn advantages were great for them. And, I mean, Northwestern taking that King's Row pretty handily. However, the Nano Blade got the best of them quite a few times.
The Nano Blade is hard to deal with, that's for sure. Yeah. But you look at it for Northwestern, up 2-0, like this is the position that you wanted to be in when you're talking about a championship game. You've controlled throughout. You're going to whatever map Loinorix picks, but they have shown that their style is going to work. For Loinorix, you relied so heavily on the Nano Blades. You've got to find where you can get victories outside of that if you're going to continue with this game.
Yeah, and now as we get into this, it starts to the map pool needed. The map pool that is needed for Loinorix right here to be able to gain like a ton of value with the rush comp is starting to run fairly thin, especially in the meta that we're in. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what map Loinorix decides to choose next.
I mean, at this point, you think about the composition that they want to play. It's the Genji was interesting. I don't know if I like so much emphasis being put on the Genji. Personally, it just seemed like there was just nothing else other than when the blades happened or something off of a blade, and that can't be your win condition if you're Loinorix. So they've got to think about this one for sure.
Yeah, but as we continue to go on here within the series, don't go anywhere. We are going to be going to a short break. When we get back, we're going to see if Loinorix will be able to continue on this series or if Northwestern will just tie this up completely with a nice little bow and a nice little 3-0. We'll see you after the break.
We welcome you. We welcome you back here. It's Labasco and Tangerine with you at Loynorix, Northwestern. Northwestern currently up 2-0 over Loynorix. And Tangerine, I mean, my goodness, Northwestern's look really good.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked absolutely dominant, and I don't think that domination is going to stop anytime soon. Considering a switch that was just made, it looks like Heat is going to go back onto the DPS, and it's time for Havana. An interesting pick from Loynorix, considering how much they love the rush comp.
Yeah, I don't know if it's interesting because like at what point what map do you kind of go to that they can play a Reinhardt centric comp? You really can't. Like there's not like what map really can they make it work? Like even King's Row is a stretch, right? Like you don't see that many teams run the Reinhardt there even right now. So I think Havana is as good of a choice as any, I guess, if that's the map you want to go to. Like go to Havana and have a good time. So for Northwestern, though, you know, Northwestern 2 here, we've got Hida and Absolutely as our DPS. So we're seeing our third combination of DPS players. Like we've seen Hida play before, but Hida and Absolutely we haven't seen play together. So I'm really curious to see what they do as far as that, because I forget who it was who was with, or was it Absolutely? Maybe I'm
It might have been Absolutely.
Here. Or was it?
They've
made so many switches. Either. It's hard to keep track of everything now.
Yeah. But all of their switches have been going through and paying dividends. It seems like it's just like the team chemistry within this team. No matter what role that they're playing, they're able to step up. And no matter what they do, they know their own roles incredibly well. And they just have an incredible amount of synergy with each other to be able to swap on and off between these roles and still pull out incredible performances consistently throughout this entire series. And if you're a Northwestern fan, you're hoping that it doesn't stop here.
Yeah, you want to see them get the victory, get the championship here on the rookies side of everything. We still got the challengers side too, which will be going on after this, which is going to be the, I think it's Kaiju Corp versus Kaiju Corp for that one. So be sure to stick around here on the stream because we'll have that after this. So, and I'm even checking here. Yeah, it is Kaiju Corp versus Kaiju Corp. So that should be a good one. Good way for the family and friends of Kaiju Corp community tournament to be two different Kaiju Corp teams playing in the challengers bracket. But back to this one, we wanted some Hida Widowmaker. Looks like we might get some Hida Widowmaker.
Hida is just obscene on this Widowmaker. I'm expecting a pick to come like almost immediately off the bat. If anybody decides to peek their head with Hida, it's probably not going to last very, very long. This guy has been so incredibly dominant on the Widowmaker in other matches that I've seen him play, and as of right now, it's looking like just a quick poke. But yep, beats their head. Little Aries gets picked immediately. He only has about 35 health, though, still choosing to take these fights. What are these picks from Hida?
Well, when you got a pocket, you feel pretty confident as the Widowmaker, still getting these headshots on. I mean, it doesn't even matter at this point. It's like how you got to stop Hida somehow. Who's going to match? Tachyon has actually made the switch to try and match Hida on that Widowmaker, so we're going to get some Widow v Widow in this game, too. Things get a little bit more difficult as we enter into the streets phase of Havana, too, because it is a much more enclosed space.
Yeah, and it looks like first point is only going to be one fight. Hida has so much support behind him, but Hida will get picked off there. The res will end up coming through, though, from Egg Tart. A nice res able to come off. Tachyon is not going to try and take that fight again. You know, lightning doesn't strike twice, and it looks like Tachyon knows that, trying not to take that duel as much as they can. Still some poke going on right now. This visor from Absolutely might be big. Oh, and Griffaruto gets picked off right before the fight begins, and Tack comes out. That Mercy ends up falling. Northwestern cleaning up.
And now Absolutely's on the flank. There's nothing that can be done to stop Absolutely, and they're cruising through streets phase. Like, it's nice that Tachyon was able to put some pressure finally onto Hida, but everybody else is winning the fight for Northwestern now.
Yeah, as of right now, that was, oh my lord, that was a brutal pick from Hida. What an incredible shot on that Genji. They do have Nano Blade. It looks like Loinorix is going to try and come back into this fight with this Nano Blade, but absolutely finds a pick on the Mouser before you can even engage. And now Mouser is going to be on this Reinhardt for this last phase, and it's going to be so hard to get value out of it unless they switch off to Wrecking Ball like they do right now.
Yeah, so now you have the Wrecking Ball, can displace some players, can make the life of Hida a lot more difficult if that's where the focus wants to go. It gives you so many more options.
Yeah, the Blade is going to be coming out immediately. There's no sleep, though, on the side. Oh, but wait, he just gets hooked and CC'd out of their mind. Tachyon found 3 picks, though, within that fight, and the Reds comes out to Mouser. So actually, this is looking pretty promising from Loinorix if they're able to sustain themselves through this fight. Tachyon is putting on a show right now. Picks off Hida as well, but they're not going to aggress to point to see if they can hold.
The good thing here, though, is you're starting to really make it difficult on Hida. But the other thing as well is you used maybe a few ultimates that you probably shouldn't have. You did lose out on Hippocampus's Gravitic Flux. That's a bit of a loss, but they're still maintaining control, and that's what matters right now.
Yeah, absolutely gonna pop that tac visor. Looks like absolutely always has this tac visor up. Little Ares is gonna fall, and that's such a huge pick to fall right at the beginning, but will be rezzed up. But now the res has been forced out for the remainder of this fight. Hida almost seemingly accidentally finds a pick on the Mouser, and the Mouser plows through the backline. Hida taking an incredibly aggressive angle there, not gonna find the pick. But it looks like right now it's 6v3. Up in the favor of Northwestern, finds a nice jump shot on the Tachyon. That's pretty much lights out probably from here on out for Bosco.
There's just too much to deal with on the side of Northwestern, so you're just stuck if you're Loinorix. You finally get some pressure off of you from the Widowmaker, but now you've got to deal with everybody else on the front line. Hippocampus coming back in. They're actually at least keeping this interesting for the side of Loinorix.
Yeah, they're keeping the cart contested, but it doesn't seem like they're finding the picks they need. As soon as I say that, Hida does end up falling, but I believe Eggtart has that res available if they choose to use it. Also has Valkyrie within this fight. No Blade is going to be popped out from the Genji on the side of Loinorix either, and it looks like this stall is just going to be all that it is. It's just going to be a stall.
It's an impressive stall, though. They're still keeping it going, and oh no, not in time.
Oh.
Say, if they get that Gravitic Flux, that might stall it for a little bit longer. When you look at it for the side of Northwestern, 3 minutes, 13 seconds, really solid, good time bank. Like, they kind of just casually got to the end of the map. There seems to be cracks in the armor, though, that Loinorix can expose, though. That's the one thing. This is the most beatable that Northwestern has looked in this series.
I actually have to agree with you. I think that Tachyon is being a very, very good reason, too, for why these fights are opening up like they have been. Tachyon has been putting on a show on this Widowmaker. I really hope that Tachyon decides to keep up with this Widowmaker pressure, and it looks like as we roll out of the gate, that will be what Tachyon decides to pick. Hida, though, is going to take that duel anytime, any day. Right now, this is a battle between the Widowmakers, but Tachyon can't do everything.
Well, the big thing is that Golden Flame and Mazemel, they haven't been able to deal with them. Like, Golden Flame at the end was just picking people off left and right. Like, there was an opening that was created by Loinorix, but the Roadhog was too much for them to deal with. Like, El Toto maybe gets a chance to get a res off or something like that, but instead Golden Flame gets the hook, makes it not matter at all. So you have to really be able to deal with this tank line that Northwestern's throwing at you. They've been dominating on the tank side, but now we're getting a much different look. They're going with those dive tanks. They're going with the Winston. They're going with the Diva. So they want to try and put pressure on Hida, but not only that, they want to try and not get picked off as easily.
The only thing, though, is that if we take a look at this comp that Northwestern has, there is so much raw damage that just comes out with the Discord Orb and the spam coming out from both of the tanks and the soldier. The dive is going to come out from Loinorix, but it's going to be shut down basically as soon as a pick on the El Toto happens. However, Golden Flame will end up falling pretty early on within that fight, but I don't think it's going to be enough time here for Northwestern to be able to stabilize within this point. They are giving up a little bit of ground, though. Lots of spam damage coming off onto this discorded Winston target, and Loinorix will back up a little bit.
They had a really good answer with the Zenyatta. You can put those Discord orbs onto those players coming in, quickly get them focused down. Like, this is so hard for Loinorix, and just target prioritization-wise, I think they're having a little bit of trouble, too, for Loinorix.
Yeah, and I mean, Hida just finds two right off of the back there, trying to get incredibly aggressive onto this Tracer. What a shot! I mean, Hida asserting some dominance right now.
So one thing that Tachyon should not be doing is jumping. Like, it is so much easier as a Widowmaker to deal with a jumping target than it is to deal with a target that's just strafing left and right. Although that's a good way to deal with it is make the switch by Tachyon.
They have no res either. That's actually really, really big pick from the side of Loinorix. They're going to be able to have a lot more wiggle room to work around here. A Primal Rage will be popped into the backline from Mouser. We haven't seen a lot of Winston come out from Mouser, but ends up finding a nice Primal kill onto Wraith. Lots of damage chunked out of him, though. Absolutely will be popping out. The tag rights are only to be met by the end of a sword coming out from Jim Grifferudo. Finds 4 picks, damage boosted blade. Incredible plays there coming out there from Loinorix.
Well, Naruto would be really proud, I think, of that blade. Not that he really used the blade, but I think he would be pretty happy if he saw that. So Grifferudo doing his part of his name, his weep status proud. Tachyon too.
Wow.
Doing really good now on this Widowmaker, starting to heat up. But Hida, I mean, that's going to be now part of, obviously paying attention to the Widows is a big part of this, but the dive themselves has to keep doing it.
And Hida doesn't get the healing there. I don't think that there was much that Eggtart could do, though. Wraith was down. So many other targets to deal with. That was actually very well done from Loinorix.
Yeah, they were able to be very consistent on what targets they were going after together. The addition of Tachyon on the Widow here seems to help make a difference, especially now you've got Hida switching off and going to a Tracer this time, so now they're going to be the team trying to get aggressive.
Grifferudo finds the pick immediately onto that Tracer. And, but as I say that, double tank goals with the Nano Boost comes out from the side of Northwestern. They want to stabilize here. This is where they want to be able to make the hold. If you holding on Streets Phase on Pavana is incredibly easy to do if you have the momentum in your favor. However, there are a lot of ults right now on Loinorix.
When in doubt, Golden Flame bails his team out. That's sort of what's been happening, at least for this moment, where like you get the massive whole hog in combination with what Mazemel using the Gravitic Flux and then the hook at the end to ensure that they get some staggered kills. Like, Northwestern has multiple avenues to win this game, and that's why they've been able to stay in front, even when an advantage seems to be created by Loinorix.
Wow, Hida just walked over Tachyon and the support that Tachyon was getting. I mean, Hida was hitting his shots. Incredible plays there from the DPS out of Northwestern, and we've been hyping them up a lot, but this tank line has been really solid too. The Discord focus has been great.
And this is one of those games too where Tachyon needs to go back and look at how the Tracer's being played by Hida and seeing that you don't jump. Don't jump. Just don't jump when there's a Widowmaker and you're going against it. Don't jump. Gets the better end there, but still, why did Hida win that other one? He didn't jump.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no! The rest was out! Okay, they were. Mazemel was able to get out that shield in time. I thought the grass was going to be some unfortunate timing there and find a really big bomb, but it doesn't end up happening. A Nano blade available here, but the Nano doesn't come out on the Grifferudo. Where was the Nano? The Nano just was absolutely non-existent. Maybe hoping to pop out that Transcendence to find some more value with it later. Tachyon does find the pick on the Wraith, and this juggle was really, really well done from Mouser. Finds Eggtart off of the back line there. Absolutely does find a pick on the Tachyon, though. The res comes out, and it looks like Loinorix are going to take this fight.
Maybe a little bit too much aggression from Northwestern because they had that fight in the bag. They got the blade out. Now Grifferudo is already halfway to another one. Like, they're giving too much damage up to this Genji, so there's still going to be a chance for Nano Blade to come through if Grifferudo can get that last 40%.
Yeah, and Wraith has not built up that Transcendence either. So, I mean, if Grifferudo is able to find this Nano Blade and farm it up pretty quick like they've been doing, I think that this is an easy fight win for Loinorix, and we go again on Streets phase. So the Flux does end up coming out from Northwestern, and it's going to find quite a bit of value. It looks like Loinorix is going to have to reset fast here.
They have to. They have to reset. You have to get out if you're alive right now because you need to be back at 6. You've got 17 seconds. That's just enough time to maybe get back to cart. Somebody's going to have to go for an emergency touch onto the cart too.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Nano Blade is just popped out incredibly early here, knowing that Wraith does not have that Transcendence. It can find a ton of value if you just prioritize the Zen immediately. There's 2 seconds. They ended up touching. Okay, they ended up touching a nice dash Shuriken Blade onto there. Finds the blade, finds 3 Grifferudo. Tilt Destruct also thrown out for reassurance on Hippocampus. Now, Loinorix are able to win this fight, but they had to use a lot to get it.
They did. The Nano Blade was the biggest thing that they needed. They used also the Infra Sight to get a little bit of extra information, and maybe using it here just to try and find some picks at the end. Regardless, though, like, you've got 1:15. You just need to complete the map if you want to keep your hopes alive, if you don't want your loss to come through here in this championship game.
Yeah, I mean, this is do or die right now for Loinorix. A dash comes out trying to mitigate what's coming out on the Hida. That was a questionable dash. There was no support there coming out for Grifferudo, so it looked like just a one-man mission that ended up failing. Tachyon finds the pick on the Wraith early on. Tachyon finds 2, actually. There's going to be no res that's able to come through on the side there of Northwestern either. It looks like not having a Mercy here is hurting them just a little bit as Loinorix take more space, but absolutely finds a pick on the Tachyon. This fight seems to be never ending. Nano Boost also comes out onto Mazemel there. Both tanks are going to be antied on the side of Northwestern, but the Flux from Mazemel is going to be popped right about now. Ends up finding the Mercy. Great discipline coming out there from Northwestern.
Northwestern in control. They use a lot of ultimates too, so you do still have the Transcendence that'll... Oh, that's a huge stagger. I mean, again, this is somebody's got to get a touch. Like, this is going to be really difficult, and Hida's ready and waiting on the Widow.
Oh, they didn't know Mouser was sitting back there, though. Actually goes in a little bit early. I would have preferred to see that touch come out a little bit later. Try and stall it out as much as possible before people start coming onto point, and because they didn't do that, it looks like Northwestern are going to be doing it. They are going to take a nice, swift 3-0 in the rookie bracket finals.
Congrats to Northwestern's Team 2 for being able to get the win here and win the rookie championship. It's a really solid performance from them in the final game against Loinorix to get the win too. We got to see some really good blades. Like, they did not make this easy on the side of Loinorix, but you can see that Loinorix is a team that's still growing and has a lot of room to grow and get better.
They do. They have a lot of potential too, in my opinion. I think that Tachyon, if they start building around this Tachyon and Mouser core that they have going on right now, I think that team could be a very well-balanced team. Their tank line's very good. Their DPS lineup has actually been incredibly solid as well. So if they build upon what they have and just reinforce it a little bit better, maybe play around them for their win conditions a little bit more, Loinorix has a lot of potential.
Yeah, there's the support players played really well too. I don't think we can go without mentioning that Little Aries and El Toto also played really well too. So it's one of those things where it's like it's going to take some time to continue to improve, but like the beauty of tournaments like this is that's exactly what you can do. You get to play competition that's a little bit better than yourselves, see how they do things, try and learn from them. Like we talked about Hida and Tachyon, and they've got clearly similar hero pools to each other. And like you could see what Hida was doing more effectively or correctly compared to what Tachyon was doing. Like, I know I've mentioned it so many times, but jumping on Tracer when there's a Widowmaker.
Yep.
You don't do that. That's like that's one of those things that can make the difference in you having a chance against Hida's Widowmaker and then being an easy target from afar, where it's very predictable and easy to know how a player jumps and how they're going to go through the air. It's very predictable. That's why you don't do it. But those are things that you can improve on as a player like Tachyon that are clearly very easy to like. That's an easy thing to see. I'm pointing out something that's
Yeah.
easy to see and understand. When you go back and watch the tape, there are other things that Hida does that you'll eventually be able to add into your own play if you're somebody like Tachyon. So that's the cool thing about doing tournaments like this as well. So, but for Northwestern, like, you win the rookie side, they played really well every time we got to see them too here on the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, they played incredibly. And I think overall, what you said about Tachyon kind of just sheds a light onto how the series as a whole looked. You know, Tachyon, overall, why Hida was getting so much value is because Hida just overall looked a little bit more polished within their gameplay. And that's exactly what Northwestern's team was doing. Overall, their gameplay was just so much more fundamentally sound. It felt like Loy Norix was looking for a lot of hero plays almost. And instead of relying on a lot of their teamwork, you could see that emphasized in the fact that sometimes when Mouser would make a really big play, like landing huge shatters, some follow-up just wasn't there. They would just get maybe overexcited about the fact that it happened and then just forget to target focus even when all players are on the ground. So
and there
it just happens.
Yeah, and the other players on Northwestern need mentioning too. Like Golden Flame literally saved them in fights at a lot.
Yep.
So really good there. Maysmell as well. Icy played really well. I think ended up on the bench for this last game, but throughout the tournament was really good. And then both of their supports, Eggtart played really had some big nades too when playing on the Ana.
Yeah, overall playing incredibly efficiently was Northwestern. So congratulations to them for winning the rookie bracket here at the Kaiju Corp Friends and Family Tournament. We are going to be heading to a short break, but please do not go anywhere because when we get back, we're going to be seeing number 1 seed go up against number 2 seed. Both Kaiju Corps, their top teams, going up against each other, going at it, all for a nice, fun day of Overwatch. So don't go anywhere. When we get back, we have the thrilling conclusion to this tournament coming right up.
Welcome back. We are now into grand finals for the challenger bracket. My name is Williams IV, and joining with me are Labasco and Tangerine. It has been a wonderful, wonderful afternoon of Overwatch. We just saw the rookie bracket finals with Northwestern and Laxnori. I'm going to mess up their name, but that's okay. But you know, Northwestern taking it 3-0. I mean, but it was still a very close match regardless. I mean, I know that you sung their praises, Labasco, but like it was a pretty good match.
Yeah, Northwestern played really well. It was a fun finals that we got to see. They were dominant. I mean, they won 3-0. So it was really nice to get an opportunity to see Loy Norix, a team that's clearly growing and pretty new. But now we get into the big boys. We get to see King Caesar versus Jet Jaguars. So I'm excited for this. Both Kaiju Corp teams, of course.
Yes, and Tengu is finally in the mix here, so we get to see him play on stream. I mean, we didn't expect anything less for him to be in grand finals of his own tournament. I mean, I think that would be kind of a shame if if he didn't make it. But we get to see some of Tengu's Zenyatta play and the rest of the team as well, and I'm looking forward to this match. But before we get into this, I just wanted to say a quick shout out to Tengu for letting me do this, and like Bosco and Tangerine and Jose and everybody that's in Angeligato and everybody that's in the background working behind the scenes. This is fun for us. This is our relaxing time or whatever. So like we're happy to bring this to you, but like I'm happy that like this is something I get to do. I'm normally on the other side of the camera here, so it's like yes, I get to do this on my own channel, on my own tournament. So I appreciate that, and I hope we get to do this more often in the coming months. But with that being said, I mean, like I said, this match, I mean, you know, like what do you expect here? I mean, you know, I don't think Tengu's gonna like throw at this, right? Like he's like, well, no. I don't think there's any collusion going on here, but you know, it's both Kaiju Corp teams.
Tango don't throw, okay? That's one thing I know for sure. But the other thing, though, is that you've got King Caesar versus Jet Jaguar. You've got the Battle of the Kaijus. You have two teams that know each other really well. I mean, like, you think about it in that respect, like, this should be two teams that should be able to really know what the other's probably going to do. And one thing I expect more than anything else, and I'll be disappointed if I don't see it, is I expect Tengu Zenyatta. Like that's the one thing I expect more than anything else.
That's not expectation. That's a prophecy. You know, that's just it's going to appear. It
has definitely been foretold 100%.
Yeah, it is inevitable.
I am incredibly excited too, because these are not only two Kaiju Corp teams, these were the two top seeded teams within the tournament going up against each other. And everybody knows that when you have two teams that are like almost sister teams of each other and one goes up against the other, that sparks are going to fly. It is electric when two sister teams decide to go up against each other and start facing off to see really who is the best team.
Yeah,
so to say, within Kaiju.
Yeah, if I know Kaiju Corp well, I mean, they're not going to take this seriously. You're not seeing a scrim, ladies and gentlemen. They're going at each other. This is a Kaiju battle, so it should be to the gills, to the knees. We might see 5 maps, who knows, you know, but we'll see. But anyway, we're going to get into this match real quick. So this is a best of 5 grand finals, just like the previous rookie bracket finals. We're going to start off with Lijiang Tower, and then the loser, I mean, the loser is going to be a Kaiju Corp team, regardless of how you throw it, is going to pick the next map. So we're going to see Lijiang. Like, I hope we don't get to any of these 7 Circle of Hell descriptions you had, Labasco, but with either Paris or...
I doubt it. I don't think they want to go there either, so I don't think we'll get that. But like we get some good like DPS tank, like we get some really good matchups as far as players in different roles. So I'm excited for that.
All right. Well, it looks like these two teams are itching to go, so we're going to try to get into this first map for Lijiang Tower, but like I'll let you guys take the grand finals. Take it away, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Will. And Tangerine, we're going to Lijiang Tower. We know what's been... This is like the one matchup where I expect we see more meta picks than some of the other games that we've watched so far. Like, these are two very high skill teams, so there's expectations that they not completely played in the meta, but that they might play a little bit more into it than we've seen other teams do.
Yeah, exactly. And as you move higher up, like within the rankings that you go in Overwatch, the more important that abiding to the meta gets, because all teams are going to be playing with when you're at that high of an SR, everybody has solid fundamentals. Everybody knows what they're doing individually, and they also know how to react with the team. So the real thing that it comes down to is making sure that you are just outplaying, outbraining, and playing stronger fundamentals than the other team, because playing wacky comps isn't really going to fly anymore. The higher SR teams are going to know how to punish you.
They definitely are, and we can see here that there is at least a basis of the same sort of composition. They're playing rush comps with the Zarya, with the Reinhardt, but the DPS different on either side. Afro going over to that all-important Echo. Waya swinging in with the hammer. Has to be careful, though. Gets the bubble to stay alive. The sticky bombs come through, and now they start to swing at each other once again. Afro helping with Lect to get Waya down. Early advantage over to Jet Jaguar, and their big falls as well. It's going to be the King Caesar team retreating for Kaiju Corp.
That was such a close tank battle. Lect and Waya kept that so close. And, you know, but just look at Lect's ult charge. Arrow does find a really nice pick, and there's no res to come out to be able to get that up. But look at that ult charge on Lect. Lect is 75 compared to Waya's 38. Like, that is an absurd amount of lead. They might not expect Lect to have Shatter this quick.
Well, they've got to be careful, though, as they start to come back in. Afro on the high ground, shooting down into them. Waya coming in, gets hit with the Shatter. Afro finishing off. Lect charging through to, gets a hammer kill. And it's going to be Jet Jaguar dominating here on Control Center.
Yeah, and I mean, Lect, they just didn't know. Like, Lect got that Shatter so incredibly fast. How can you even tell that it would come online that fast? I mean, you do have a bit of ultimates to work for, though, if you are King Caesar, because you have that tire, you have that nano, but Danny finds a pick immediately, so it's not gonna matter.
You're already down. You're going to see that they're already starting to retreat. Actually, they're not. They throw the nano boost onto Waya instead. Tengu goes down, though. The grab from behind doesn't keep the support up with Waya, who's charging forward on the Reinhardt, so they're going to have to back away here. Crimson does have the Rip Tire available that can be used here at any moment.
Yeah, but Galileo falling in that fight while using the grab means that, one, they don't have grab, and two, they don't have the high charge on that Zarya anymore, so that's going to be pivotal. King Caesar needs to realize this and absolutely press on this objective as fast as possible.
Have to concede some space up, too, if you're Jet Jaguar because of that. Now here comes the Rip Tire. Crimson with the double kill, and the follow-up from Betty onto Lect. This is all King Caesar now. They do lose Lect they do lose Crimson there towards the end, but they do get the flip, but it's 92% for Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, I mean, but that was the breath of fresh air that King Caesar needed in order to get back into this entire round. If they're going to take the round, that was the fight they had to win. That was last fight, and now look at all the ultimates that they have stored up for this next fight. It's going to be a high road for them to climb, but I think they might be able to do it.
Well, they're going to get caught into a Graviton Surge first, and then the Dragon Strike will come through from Danny onto Waya, so one player going down. Both main tanks out. Arrow the next one to fall, so you're starting to see maybe a little bit of an advantage created for Jet Jaguar. Biggs getting the nano boost, trying to deal with the Zarya in front. Afro going down to Crimson, who's made that switch over to the Soldier, but then the counter nano boost from Scout comes on to Galileo, and Galileo just running in, cleaning things up for Jet Jaguar, who will be able to take this flip back over.
Honestly, that just looked like cleaner ult usage coming out from the side of Jet Jaguar. That looked absolutely incredibly clean, but this fight definitely isn't over yet.
Players coming back. Waya comes out with the Earth Shatter, not going to find anything. Afro goes right by Biggs, but goes down to Arrow, and then another headshot from Arrow, getting them back in this for King Caesar. Now it's focusing on that main tank. Waya gets the charge onto Lect, and we're not done yet. Overtime meter will go away because they will be able to stop it and start building percentage for King Caesar.
Incredibly clutch plays there from Arrow. Arrow just finds the picks that are absolutely mandatorily needed within that fight, picking off that Echo immediately before the copy could come out. However, Afro finds a pick immediately, and this is going to be the go button for JJ.
Yeah, you lose an early pick on the other side. Now have to give up space, try and let Crimson get an opportunity to come back. As Afro using the duplicate currently, and two players go down thanks to the Deadeye from Waya, but the Dragon Strike combo with the grab from Galileo, too much to handle for King Caesar, and Jet Jaguar will get control and take that point. So Jet Jaguar will go up 1-0 here on Lijiang Tower, but that was not easy for Jet Jaguar to get the win.
Not at all. I mean, King Caesar just pulled some stuff out of the bag there. It seems like the reinitiations are so incredibly clean. I can almost hear the comms in my head of like the stagger picks trying to go in to stagger off point as much as possible, and then when everybody's back in, they all fold in. That was incredibly well done from both teams, but now we're going to be heading over to Gardens, Labasco.
And Gardens will see a switch up of everything from both of these teams. We know it's a much more open map. So now we get the match of the Echo on either side, and we get Tengu going over to the Zenyatta, and they're going to have Mercy be the other choice. So they're going to go with the Pocket on to the Echo for the side of King Caesar. On the other side, they're going with the Brigitte to be more up front. So two completely different styles that we get to see here. Tengu will get Galileo out of part, but it doesn't matter because you get the kill from Scout throwing off Arrow, and now they just collapse onto the rest of King Caesar.
You know, it makes my heart smile just a little bit seeing the D.Va being played yet again. D.Va was a little bit non-existent within the meta for a bit. However, they just recently split, gave her some buffs, buffed up her armor, and it's making her a little bit more viable again, especially within this dive comp. So I'm excited to see the D.Va come back out. However, Scout is getting pretty close up to that rally.
Rally, of course, can make a big difference to keep them in front, but Tengu and Arrow combined for 2 kills. Then Arrow another kill on to Danny. So this, a nice juggle from Waya on the Winston, will get control over to King Caesars. They will take this back from Jet Jaguar.
That was actually incredibly well timed from Betty there. She absolutely knew when she had to pop that Valkyrie. As soon as that Valkyrie was up, popped it immediately. Make sure to keep the supports up before that Brig rally can take place, and not having that rally for this next fight is really, really going to hurt JJ.
Arrow throwing out the flashbang, not going to get anything. Decides to use the Deadeye here. Tengu did get left. It was diving in, so you're without that main tank. Things become much more difficult. Why already has another use of the Primal Rage too? And or maybe that was Crimson.
Oh,
it's
a
Crimson. Sorry, it looked like it was Waya, but it was Crimson. But still, that displacing players around. Waya getting extremely low, trying to keep him up. Can't do it. Afro coming in to duplicate the D.Va, getting up to that Transcendence, or at least trying to, but Zenyatta keeping everybody alive for the side of King Caesar. So King Caesar looking much better here now that we're not in this enclosed space.
Yeah, it looks like King Caesar is just really, really able to thrive in these chaotic scenarios, especially given the supports that they have. It's just so easy for them to find a random target, focus it, beam it down immediately, especially with that Discord orb. You have the Echo flying around everywhere. When you're hitting shots as well as Arrow is hitting them, these targets will fall incredibly fast. The coordination is there. They're doing really, really well on these retakes of Boston.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to keep Crimson alive in the sky, too, compared to what Afro has. I mean, they've got tentacles on there now, so that starts to help out at the very least. There's a lot more healing now for Jet Jaguar. Not making a difference yet, though. Self-destruct forces players away. Betty goes down. Tango, the next one to follow. Good job by the Tracer there. Lek throwing Arrow off the map. It's going to be a retake coming through from Jet Jaguar as they deal with those players really effectively.
Yeah, and that was just a little bit of unfortunate timing there from Betty. The D.Va bomb came in over the top, and from that point on, it was just pretty much over. As soon as Betty falls, you only have the Zenyatta heals at that point. And it looks like they're just going to be cleaning up some other picks here from JJ. Arez tries to come out. Nice eat, though.
Big's able to eat Danny's Pulse Bomb. Crimson back in, so even though you lost Wyatt, you still have the ability to come in with a main tank. And now the Primal Rage again from Crimson. Now trying to throw the Echo off the map, who is in the McCree form. Not able to do it. Gets the Deadeye, though, does Afro. No kills from it. Oh, that headshot, though, from Afro at the end of the ultimate, beaming down onto Waya, but control of the point looks like it might go towards King Caesar. Players coming back, though, for Jet Jaguar to make sure that they can keep this Jet Jaguar able to hold on to this for the moment. Biggs getting the help from the Mercy. They should be able to win this, and Transcendence gets used by Tengu. They want to take this point back now.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly close fight coming up right now. Both teams incredibly close within this. Lek decides to dive into the backline, pops the Primal up onto Tengu. This is looking incredibly two-sided right now. And Tengu finds that pick on Elect, which is incredibly important if they want to keep their chances alive. But King Caesar, the numbers just keep on falling. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to sustain this out any longer. And with that, I think that Jet Jaguar are going to be able to do it, and they're going to be able to go 1-0 in this series.
They have control of the point too. Arrow is there to stall for as long as possible. Uses the recall. Crimson gets taken out of the sky though. They've got to try and keep this going for as long as possible, and they still are. Waya's going to pop the Primal Rage, try and get back as quickly as possible. Biggs is back in, gets a kill onto Danny. They're starting to maybe have some of those opportunities to turn this around. Self-destruct gets used and then kills Biggs with the re-enact. That's a huge kill, but this is still being stalled by King Caesar. Self-destruct thrown on. Only one player left. Finally goes down, and Jet Jaguar, in a tough-fought battle, takes this 1-0 lead on Lijiang Tower. They win it 2-0, but it was not a close 2-0. It wasn't a dominating 2-0. It was a close 2-0.
Yeah, it was incredibly close, honestly. I mean, both of these teams are just thriving in the chaos that is being created right now. The raw mechanical skill and talent of these players is shining right now, and that's exactly what happens when you put two incredibly talented rosters up against each other when they're at a similar level. It's the individual skill that starts to shine out from all of these players, especially now that the fundamentals on each side are very sound and compact. You need the individual skill to come out a little bit more from everybody. And we're seeing it right now within that incredibly close first map.
Yeah, it was very close. It goes on to Kaiju Corp to... Sorry, King Caesar Kaiju Corp. Gotta make sure because they're both Kaiju Corp. And we say the right one. So King Caesar now gets the map choice for where we go next. The map that they've chosen is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. So we're probably going to see more of these dive compositions that we just finished off with. That means is at least my guess, Tangerine, because we know that this map has a lot of that upward mobility, a lot of high ground or these dive compositions to work from, and of course to dive to for the team that's attacking.
Yeah, and I'm all for it. I love watching me some dive. Dive is such an entertaining style to play. I mean, if we just saw what just happened on Gardens. That was crazy, and that was all because of the scrappy nature that this dive comp brings out. So we're gonna be seeing some more showcases of just raw mechanical and individual talent coming out here as we head into Gibraltar.
Yeah, so I think teams are going to stay on the same sides too, so we'll get to see Kaiju Corp defensively first. The big difference, it seemed like, for their compositions was Tengu played the Zenyatta, and then they had the Brigitte on the other side for Jet Jaguar. And they both have their advantages, but I think we've been seeing a lot more Brig as of late.
Yeah, Brig is incredibly dominant. Actually, a lot of what has been happening, we've been seeing a lot of Brig Zen. I'm surprised that there's nobody really running that Brig Zen coming out here. It gives you so much sustain, yet so much focus fire at the same time. So there must just be like something about it that is deterring these teams.
Probably preference would be my guess more than anything else. Just knowing these teams, that would be my thought. But regardless of that, the other parts that are surrounding everything have been pretty good. Like Afro has been very good on the Echo. Specifically, one of those players has played really well and shown us a lot on that hero.
Yeah, if I'm looking for like a duel here to try and highlight, I'm highlighting that Afro and that Arrow duel. That has been incredible to watch. It's been incredibly back and forth. We've been seeing Afro primarily going off on that Echo and Arrow as well. So it's just been a very close battle between the two, and I'm hoping to see this Doomfist actually get locked out from Afro. I'm not sure if it's actually going to happen, but that would be incredibly interesting.
Well, you're getting on the other side, you're getting the Genji and the Soldier 76, so they are going to be able to deal with some of those dive players that we might see come in. They're going with Biggs on the Wrecking Ball, and then Wyatt is playing the Sigma. Oh, the teleport play, it doesn't work, but man, did they try it.
You know, there's actually like an interesting thing to be had here. I've seen teams run this kind of Sigma ball comp on attack, and they've TP'd over to that high ground on the opposite side of where the bridge was set up, but I've never seen people just directly TP to the bridge. I think they just wanted to get a cheeky little play out with the Doomfist, see if they could get a quick punch off onto somebody who might have been hiding inside of that room.
Afro tried, but Afro failed, but that's okay because now Afro's back onto the Echo, and we've seen how good Afro has been on the Echo. More of that to be expected. Arrow, though, controlling right now the high ground, shooting those players trying to come out. They're in server room, at least for the moment, for King Caesar. Have to back up now as Afro starts to get a little bit aggressive. Nobody was half health, though, so the beam doesn't do as much damage as you'd like. But that focusing beam already ready to go again, and Afro can get aggressive in.
Yeah, I like that they're playing in servers here. I think servers is a really, really good place to play for this comp and allow for the chaos to take over just a little bit more. So well done from King Caesar.
And now you have the visor coming out. Players going down on either side, but Crimson and Arrow give advantage over to King Caesar. Galileo, though, extremely high charge, not trying to let that stay true. Betty's the next one to fall. And now Arrow just swinging around on the Wrecking Ball. About to get to mines, though, so now can decide to throw that onto the cart, force these defensive players away, tries to get Tango down, but loses out on the ultimate at the last second, still manages to get the kill, does Afro, but King Caesar stalling out and has their players back in this fight where they have control.
Yeah, that's a really good stabilization there coming out from King Caesar, specifically because they were playing in that server room. If you're not playing in that server room, the comp that is being run right now from JJ becomes a lot less effective, quite honestly. It's incredibly nice to be able to see them playing in the positions that they need to be playing.
And now we get the blade to come out from Crimson. Already one player down, swings through another, tends towards the Moira, who's got the Coalescence. Can't get the kill, but distracts the Moira long enough where everybody else goes down.
You know, I was interested to see what this Genji would be bringing them as far as this comp is concerned. And you know, we've seen some teams run this before. I believe that Seoul Dynasty actually was a team that ran this in the grand finals of Overwatch League. They ran this Genji up onto this Gibraltar map and ended up taking out the win. It's just so effective against these kind of tight corridors where the deflect can take a lot of good usages and dash resets can be utilized.
Not much room to run away from right clicks either. Waya goes down while using the Gravitic Flux, but that's okay because the follow-up off of the Flux, massive from King Caesar, and this cart still being stalled on this first point for Jet Jaguar.
So now you're starting to see exactly why King Caesar really decided to pick this map. You can see how well that they're able to play. They have these different sorts of defensive setups and these different sorts of plays in their playbook. They're cycling ultimates really, really well, despite running a less conventional comp. I think that they're doing incredibly well with what they have been given, and you can tell they have a set strat.
You can see, though, that they are running some things that are extremely meta. Like, we've seen Wrecking Ball is still really good, but the Zenyatta and the Brigitte you were talking about earlier, here with 12 seconds left to go, as Jet Jaguar, they've got a lot of hope pinning on to this Pulse Bomb. They also have the Nano Boost. We'll see where that ends up going. Afro coming back in, has the duplicate ready. Crimson dashing through, Transcendence coming out from Tengu. Crimson going down to Afro, away from the fight, though. Might be the advantage needed for Jet Jaguar, but they lose Danny, so DPS down on either end for both of those flankers. Left now looking for another DPS target, and Arrow kills himself with the Helix rocket. That's a huge loss. Left back onto the cart using that Tesla cannon. Has to be careful. The mines that have been put down come from Ziggs. And Arrow in the sky, still maintaining control, but Crimson is back into the fight. Swings through one. Now needs to make sure he avoids the mines that were left. Doesn't get much after that, but that might be enough, especially with Wyatt coming back in with the Gravitic Flux, pulling players into Arrow's ultimate. And now you have a full hold that comes through from King Caesar on our second map.
I want to highlight something that King Caesar has been playing so incredibly well around. That Ana that was coming out on the side of JJ theoretically should have been really, really good against the comp that that King Caesar picked. Theoretically, you could be able to land a nice anti-nade right onto the back of the supports. You dive right on in, kill the supports, immediately done. Said and done, over with. But the way that King Caesar decided to play that is if they consistently play their supports within that server room, Scout doesn't really have an angle to be able to throw that anti-nade in. And the shields were always on point from Biggs and Sigma to be able to get all of the value that they needed, as well as Insane Waya on the ball, causing as much disruption as physically possible. Well done there from King Caesar to be able to weather the storm that JJ were putting out, especially if they were running, if JJ was running such a vital piece that could have been the Achilles heel to King Caesar. It's nice to see how well they played around it.
The big thing now, of course, for the side of Jet Jaguar is, I mean, a defense here is nearly impossible, but you can't be overly aggressive. You can't expect that it's going to be easy. This is a very good win condition for King Caesar, and kind of hiding on the high ground, at least for the moment here for Jet Jaguar. See what they end up doing once those doors open. Arrow eats a lot of damage, but manages to live anyway. So that's a successful exit of the spawn for King Caesar to get onto the cart. And now they can dive in. Tango gets the kill onto Danny, too, being relevant on the Zenyatta. And now Crimson can just right-click away and try and build up to this raid.
Yeah, I mean, Afro was having a really, really big head start with the ultimate there, but it doesn't seem like it's mattering as much. A dive comes through.
They've been so successful on every dive that they've had here on this offense. Of course, it's only been one, but that's all they need because they now are 2 meters away from the point. Somebody has to get there, and nobody can for Jet Jaguar. So Kaiju Corp King Caesar evens us up 1-1 after map number 2.
You know, for these matches being so short, like these 2 maps being so short respectively, they are incredibly competitive games that we have been seeing, and incredibly high octane plays as well. You can see how well that King Caesar understood the map. You can tell that they just understood their win conditions so incredibly well and understood where they needed to be playing so well that they were just maneuvering around JJ the entire time. And then you could see, respectively, when JJ was coming out on Lijiang, that they were just absolutely thriving in the chaos that was being created. So you can see that these 2 teams have their own set styles that they'd like to play. So I think that it's actually going to come down to map preference and map preparation at this point.
We'll see if that ends up being the case when we go to map number 3. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick timeout, and we'll be right back. We're tied up 1-1 between Kaiju Corp, King Caesar, and Kaiju Corp, Jet Jaguar here in the Kaiju Corp Friends and Family Community Tournament. I am Labasco. That is Tangerine. We are so happy that you are here with us as we have had a very good start to this grand finals game between these two Kaiju Corp teams in this fun tournament that we've had so far in Tangerine. We've seen a little bit of different styles. There's some similarities, but small differences. And one of those things that we're seeing be different for Kaiju Corp Jet Jaguar is they want to go to another control map.
Yeah, they're going to be heading out onto Oasis for this next map. And honestly, it's a pretty good pick. And in my opinion, I think that Jet Jaguar has been thriving really, really well in the chaos that they decide to create. And on control maps, there is no better way to win them than by just absolutely fragging out and winning based off of mechanical skill and individual plays. So I think that this is a good choice for Jet Jaguar to be going to. I want to see King Caesar try and see how they're going to be weathering the storm of this chaos, though.
Chaos is the name of the game on control, you know. Chaos control, I guess, too. Sonic, it came to mind for some reason when I heard those two words. This is not Sonic, though, but speed is definitely important for both of these teams, and definitely for Tentacles, who is picking the speedy Lucio as that choice of main support. So the side of King Caesar, they're going with a composition we've kind of seen them really just continue to play here from Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, this is definitely the most, I guess, meta composition. This is definitely like the default composition that you'll see a lot of high-tier teams start to roll out on. I mean, it just creates... It just gives you so much burst damage potential while also giving you a ton of opportunities for your more talented DPS players and talented support players, talented tank players to show off their individual skill as compared to this rush comp that we see to be coming out here from JJ.
Let's see if they can deal with it with this composition. We haven't seen them play it on the controlled maps just yet. Garden's not too bad of a place on Oasis to try and play this, to get control of this high ground here. But Afro just diving through, getting the kill surgically onto Betty, gives the lead over to Jet Jaguars. They have control.
Yeah, as of right now, Afro is just doing the exact same thing that Afro was doing on Lijiang, which is just running absolutely rampant and finding these random kills in random areas of the map. In neutral fights, I'm almost always going to want to favor JJ if they have the opportunity to get their supports, to get their DPS in the right position. As of right now, it looks like Afro is being absolutely unstoppable on this Echo, and King Caesar need to find a way to check him.
I definitely think Arrow can deal with Afro. It's just a matter of having the ability to be able to focus on to Afro. Galileo, though, on the front line in the meantime is super high charge, says goodbye, Betty, and now they have control again of that area that you know, King Caesar tried to push from.
The ultimate does come out here from Arrow too. I'm assuming that's probably going to be because of the switch. I don't think that Arrow would necessarily ult in the spawn on a losing fight, and it is going to be the switch. They're going to be switching out over to the Soldier and onto the Roadhog as well for Biggs, trying to get a little bit more dissection here and trying to see if they can split this team apart a little bit more and maybe punish Afro for some of these aggressive positions, and that's exactly what happens.
Well, a lot of damage came through from Arrow onto the Soldier, on to Afro. Now you have the sound barrier being used by Tentacles trying to swing this back. Crimson gets the ult, throws it out for the Graviton Surge. Counter grab thrown out by Galileo in response, but it's all King Caesar in the kill feed. They have the answers. This comp switch that they've made, these small adjustments paying dividends.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important that they're starting to play more around a disruption kind of style, especially within as chaotic. They're trying to play around this the chaotic energy that's being brought out now from the amount of speed that JJ has, as well as Afro on this Echo. And bringing out the Roadhog is an incredibly smart pick, and you can see that they're just trying to get Afro right now.
Well, Afro just got in front of his own main tank's shield too. That doesn't help. Afro getting pulled into the gravitic flux from while Lek goes down. Afro trying to build up to one themselves. in this duplicate form, but not getting there, not finding the holes to get that damage through. Biggs on a flank does go down, but the high ground control is still heavily in favor of King Caesar, and they clean up.
You know, I think I've been talking a lot about Afro, but I gotta give a lot of credit over here to Crimson. Crimson has been doing incredibly well on this Echo. Basically won 2 fights ago just based off of the back of Crimson's copy onto that Zarya, able to get a couple grabs out and just seals the deal for the fight right there. That just happened because they ended up getting 3 picks, and now Crimson almost has that copy again.
High risk, high reward too, to go with the duplicate onto the Sigma. If you don't build up to that Gravitic Flux, it doesn't matter if you made that swap over on the duplicate form. But Afro, in the meantime, finding an extremely low Biggs who's able to run away and keep his life up, just take a breather, helping him get through, turns around, uses the whole hog, pushes Lect away to get beamed down by Crimson. A very, very effective flank.
Yeah, that was a wonderfully well-timed play there coming out there from King Caesar. They ended up just displacing Lect, and then when Lect was displaced, threw the Discord on him, and then also whole hogged him over to the corner of point so he could not be saved.
Oh, they couldn't
don't
get onto
touch!
the point. They couldn't. I thought they might be able to. They couldn't get there. They had some ults too for Jet Jaguar.
Eesh. That's tough to see. They definitely could have been able to get back into that fight. I mean, I was wondering why nobody was trying to go for those stall heroes to maybe try and initiate a touch. I think they just thought that they could all touch on the point, but the pressure that was coming out from King Caesar was just too much to handle. But we are heading over to City Center.
I feel like City Center too for Jet Jaguar. This is still a little bit rough for them. I think this map's a little bit better for the team that wants to dive, and that seems to be what King Caesar wants to do. Crimson is going to throw out a teleporter too to get them there faster.
Yeah, you can definitely TP over to the backup point right now if you're running this kind of comp. If you just take backup point, it's going to be really difficult for any sort of dive comp to be able to capitalize off of it, because there's a lot of places where you can just kind of hobble back in and hide.
So you do have the dive tanks coming out for Jet Jaguar now, so we'll see if that makes a difference against the tanks that we have coming out from Waya and Biggs. But Afro getting taken out of the sky by Biggs, that's a major advantage that goes over to King Caesar with the air superiority with Crimson in the sky. Danny getting whip-shotted away too. Super low health. You don't have that Tracer to be a nuisance as the point battle continues to go in favor of King Caesar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure about this comp coming out from JJ either. Only given the fact of what King Caesar rolled out of the bat with, I wouldn't be surprised to see a switch. King Caesar has a very inherently anti-dive kind of comp. When you have that Roadhog to be able to dissect the pushes, you have the shield to go out to deny the healing from the Ana. Nice stagger pick there too. You also have Tengu on that Zen, who is just Tengu on the Zen. I'm not quite sure if they're going to stick with it, and it looks like they are going to be switching off of this dive comp, which I think is a really good choice for them.
Keeping the Tracer though, Danny's going to stay on that, but they do match the tanks that we're seeing come out from King Caesar, so maybe can even things up in that respect. Arrow going on that flank with the main tank in left, who's playing the Roadhog. Nice stick from Danny. He's going to get the kill onto Arrow. This is the time to take that point back for Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, and the amount of synergy that I just saw come out there from Galileo and Lex was actually crazy. I saw Galileo, generally what you want to do when you're running this hog sig kind of comp is your hog goes in for a hook. If you get the hook, you just throw the Sigma shield right behind it, and nobody can heal up the hog efficiently. It's not necessarily the same given the healers that are on the side of King Caesar, given the fact that they can mostly heal through shields. But you saw Galileo lead the shield before Lect even threw out the hook, and then when they landed the hook, it was just all over from there.
Speaking of a hook, that takes out Waya, throwing him right into an accretion rock. Arrow from the high ground, not much value out of the ulti, does manage to get one with the visor, but gets pulled off in the high ground, and now the Transcendence has to be forced used from Tengu to try and keep them in this fight. Pulling a player in, not able to get the kill, as you had both the nano boost and the rally used by the side of Jaguar. Biggs, though, on that front line, staying in the fight, keeping King Caesar in this one, and Crimson in the sky gets a kill onto Danny, so no more Tracer to deal with. And Arrow made that switch over to the McCree to make sure that they can deal with it as well, but the point's still in control of Jaguar.
Wow, these are incredible plays coming out from both teams here. That Flux was absolutely massive. Catches like 3 or 4 people and ends up finding the pick on the one, and off in the back of it also gets another. And Anti-Nade comes out on the Biggs here, quickly most likely going to be feasted upon. However, he's able to get the healing off, does end up falling. Great job there from Jet Jaguar. If I'm being honest, that is a really, really, really rough loss. If you're King Caesar, and the hook to get the stagger on the Arrow. I mean, great plays coming out there from Jet Jaguar to be able to restabilize on a push where they thought it was already lost.
Yeah, Lek has to be careful, though. Biggs is right there. That might be the opening that's needed for King Caesar to get back into this. Have to get to the point, 95%. Biggs going to step on here with plenty of time. And now it's about what can you do advancing forward. The pulse bomb kill onto Tengu's a massive loss. Waya the next one to fall over to Afro, the DPS, making a difference for the side of Jet Jaguar. Sleep onto Biggs, who's just trying to keep his team inside of this one. Gets hit with the anti-nade as he was taking a breather. He will go down now too. Crimson in the sky, desperately trying to hold on, but it's going to be too little, too late from the side of King Caesar. Jet Jaguar will force us to a 3rd point here on Oasis. And what does that mean? It means we're going to University. We're going in that enclosed area that Jet Jaguar so desperately wants.
Yeah, they really, really want it. You can tell that they wanted to run that rush comp on the first map. And if I'm being honest, if we're taking something over from the last map that we saw, which was Gibraltar, and we saw the support, I noticed the support line difference and how Scout theoretically should have been finding so much value with this Ana. But based on the positioning that King Caesar was putting out, they weren't able to get anything done. Now, Scout is finding so much value with this Ana because of the anti-nades that are consistently coming out on the Lect, denying the that were consistently coming out on the Biggs, denying the auto heal coming out from that Roadhog. It was detrimental. So great plays there from the Ana on the side of Jet Jaguar.
So Jet Jaguar making those swaps back over to the Reinhardt and the Zarya. Danny has made the switch to Hansa. That's a little bit different than what we've seen from them before. And Biggs getting the better of Galileo, winning that Zarya v Zarya matchup. Lex going to swing in, and a double kill from Arrow. 3 kills in a row on the Echo. Goes down himself, but the damage done is too much for King Caesar to deal with.
You know, you don't usually see in these like incredibly high SR games a Reinhardt just completely charged like across the point, but that's how they led the point, and they led with such dominance that they thought they were going to take that. But again, they need to check Afro. Afro just runs absolutely rampant, and they put a lot of resources into Afro. In fights where Afro isn't up, they're able to take it so much better. So the checking needs to come through there.
Afro has definitely made a difference in the sky. Lex, though, with the shatter, sees Wyatt charge by, says, "You're not going anywhere," pins him down, takes him out, and it's Jet Jaguar still in front of King Caesar on this University map.
I have to say, Lect has been an absolute star on this Reinhardt for this series so far. I'm looking back at Li Zhang and just seeing how Lect was playing so dominantly on this Reinhardt up against Waya. You can tell that Waya might prefer to play that Winston a little bit over the Reinhardt. Lect definitely getting their number right there, and just finding 2 off that shatter is incredible.
Now player getting hit with the Fire Strike 2. Lex able to get one down. Waya getting the Nano Boost. Has to avoid the Dragon Strike. Can't do it though. Danny gets him down with it. And this is a dominant University run we're seeing from Jet Jaguar.
god, and Waya was nanoed there too. I have never seen a tank get bursted down so fast, but the dragon that came out from Danny was able to split the team so efficiently. But Danny does fall pretty late into that fight, so that might actually just be the go signal right now for King Caesar to be able to try and aggress up onto this point since the Hanzo isn't there.
They definitely have the ultimates to do it, too. So Wyatt leading the charge. Graviton Surge thrown out. Deadeye next gets half out of the fight, but they lose big. Don't have that, but the shatter from Wyatt to make a difference. The charge coming through misses from left, and it's King Caesar coming back in to take this point back. The grab thrown out at the end by Crizin, trying to make some use out of that Echo ultimate. Oh, Danny!
Dang! Danny has been on fire with this Hanzo, getting these late picks. I believe Danny actually got about 3 or 4 within that fight, basically single-handedly. Finds another headshot. Incredible plays are coming out from Danny, despite the fact that King Caesar were able to take that point.
Dragon Strike going to displace players on the side of King Caesar. They got to get to the point. Arrow goes down. Massive anti coming through on to King Caesar, dashing their hopes of maybe turning this university map around. Afro in the sky and Danny on the ground have been too much for them to deal with. You have the stall come through from Betty, but it's not enough, and it's going to be another map win, a 2-1 lead for Jet Jaguar.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Afro. Afro has been doing incredibly well on this Echo, but I think that I've done a disservice in not highlighting the dominance that Danny has been showing throughout the series. Just consistent damage, never really getting the time to have like a big pop-off moment. But right there was impressive. Danny got so much value out of that Hanzo that it was insane. Getting dragons almost every single fight was just swinging the fights consistently into the favor of JJ because of that amount of consistent damage that they had coming off. Well done from both of the DPS on the side of Jet Jaguar to be able to basically keep King Caesar in check.
And just cut players off and not give them the opportunity to play together as a team for King Caesar. It is now back over to King Caesar as far as what map they will decide to go to. And I mean, if we've had any indication here, Jet Jaguar is going to want to go to every controlled map possible. King Caesar, they're going to want to go to maps where they can run some of their set plays and things like that. Things that sort of settle the tempo a little bit too. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another map in a similar vein to what we saw earlier in Watchpoint Gibraltar. And not really a surprise, Numbani, kind of similar to Gibraltar as far as the availability of the high ground and everything else. So this is a map that makes sense from King Caesar.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think Numbani is probably the closest to Gibraltar that you're going to get. And it seems like King Caesar really seems to thrive within maps where you can play a little bit slower, play a little bit more methodically, and play based around showing off your discords and playing around the Zenyatta that Tengu has proven to be so incredibly deadly on. So I think that this is a great pick coming out from King Caesar. It looks like they are going to be continuing with this slower, methodical style of play as the series continues.
Well, and it's not like super slow or anything either. It's just it's a dive composition more than a we're just gonna run at you and we're gonna have Afro in the sky, just do everything else and distract and make it very difficult. So this is actually, I believe, going to be the last map too, if I heard correctly. Oh, could potentially be. Sorry, yeah, because Jet Jaguar, if they win here, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely do or die right now for King Caesar. But if you are King Caesar, I feel like you're a little bit confident coming into this map. It's definitely a map that kind of counters the kind of style that JJ liked to output, and it's also a map that you picked, so you already have that map advantage, coupled on with the fact that it is more suited towards the style that you like to play. But also at the same time, if you bring it to a map 5, you're almost certain that JJ is just gonna pop it right back to another control map, and that's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, it'll also mean we're at a map number 5, so we'll go the distance. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not, of course. We got to see what happens here on map number 4. If we can get King Caesar to win this map, that'll happen. But if they don't win the map, well, then that's it, and our champions are Jaguar. So you look at the composition coming out defensively for King Caesar. What are they pinning their hopes on? Well, Biggs is going to play the Diva, Waya is going to play the Winston, and then we're going to have Arrow and Crimson play on the Soldier 76 and the Echo. And to no surprise, Tengu once again playing Zen, and Betty playing on the Mercy.
This is a really good comp coming out from King Caesar. The only thing that I might be a little bit afraid of is supporting Tengu as much as possible, considering the fact that they don't have the break. They instead kept, they want to support their DPS a little bit more, so they chose this Mercy, which tells me that they're actually going to be playing for more of a counter dive comp. But seeing the fact that JJ isn't running a divey kind of comp might be a little bit of a warning sign here for King Caesar.
Well, we'll see as Kaiju Corp, Jet Jaguars going up onto that high ground, opposite where the supports are playing, and the Soldier 76 Afro on a flank, trying to just deal as much damage as possible to Waya, who has to jump away now. Now it's about how do you approach from here. You can see that they're letting cooldowns come back, shields still back up, but Waya is back in. Crimson beaming players low, saved by the immortality field, but they're still having trouble approaching this high ground for the side of Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, this is incredible pressure right now that King Caesar is being able to output just through these chokes, these soft dives that keep coming through from Waya. Waya already almost has that primer.
And the first player to fall is Lex, so Jet Jaguar is now going to have to decide if they want to regroup or continue to force their way forward. They do get a kill onto Big, so maybe this is when they decide to press the go button. But Waya is jumping back in, ready to throw that Tesla cannon out. We do get a kill onto Biggs. Biggs will come back in, and now you have Crimson using the duplicate, and now gets the Gravitic Plus immediately. Throwing those hyperspheres into this small corridor is so easy. Missed with the ult, but can get close to building up another one. Ends up backing away instead. Doesn't want to lose the HP of the duplicate form just yet, and they can regroup.
Yeah, that was a perfect copy that just came out from Crimson. Is able to get the Sigma, which is exactly what you need in that case. Gets the flux really fast, slows down the tempo just a little bit, so that it doesn't really matter that Insane Wild was not in that fight. They duplicated another tank and were able to tank out that damage.
And they still haven't even been able to touch Arrow on the other side. Has the ult ready, but now Afro, 2 quick kills onto Tengu and Crimson. Galileo dies during ult from the visor. Crimson gets rezzed back in, so you have that Echo back up from this fight. Lect is coming back in. Afro with another kill, trying to carry the team to taking this point. Afro using the duplicate onto the Diva as well. Arrow on the high ground finally being contested and will go down. It's still a very good hold from King Caesar on this first point.
What incredible plays there from Afro, despite the fact that King Caesar were up within that fight. Afro ends up finding 3. Just off of the back of nothing within that fight. Afro did end up using the duplicate, which I think maybe netted him a kill. But other than that, the 2 opening picks were created just completely off of dry, clean echo play. So well done there from Afro. And now it's going to be a little bit difficult from here on out, though, for JJ to get rolling again with this attack, unless they can find an early pick.
And the Mercy being out means no res. Left on the flank, gets hit with the sticky bombs, backs away, but still has forced it out. But Biggs with the big bomb will get 2 kills to bring this back for King Caesar.
A double Diva bomb in December of 2020? It seems like we're doing the time warp right now, Labasco, because I have not seen a play like that in a really long time. Just finding the dry Diva bomb, getting a ton of picks, even through the immortality field. That scout threw down was still able to find both tanks. Incredibly well done. A big bomb from Biggs, but nobody just didn't see Waya there.
I don't think so. That was, or just let him by. I don't know. We'll see.
Sneaky monkey.
Either way, Waya jumping back out, getting a little bit low, has to get that healed back up by the Mercy. Galileo coming back in, halfway to that Gravitic Flux, almost out of shield too, tries to throw that Accretion Rock onto the high ground, doesn't quite get there. Crimson looking to duplicate here, does so onto the Sigma, looking for another ult off of that. Uses the Kinetic Grasp, has some shielding left, forcing these players back, about to get the ult, throws it out, grabs them up in the air. 3 players slam down, 2 go down, and then the follow-up kill from Tengu, as it is looking like King Caesar has found some solid ground.
Yeah, you know, if you're Crimson, you want to copy that Sigma every single time. The Sigma up against the comp that JJ is running right now is incredibly effective. The Roadhog is just going to get you that ultimate as fast as possible. Flux slows down the pace of play. You have extra shielding when you're playing up against that dive comp to protect Tengu and focus down more Discord targets. Incredible. I mean, every single time you're going to want to copy that Sigma.
So Afro uses the duplicate on the off tank of D.Va, has the self-destruct available. Biggs will be forced out of mech. Self-destruct going on, doesn't find anything from Afro, and Afro extremely low. Gets healed back up. Crimson will be the next one to fall, so King Caesar can't hold on here at the end. They will see the final part of the map for Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, I was starting to think that maybe there would have been a Streets phase hold, but that just doesn't exist when you go on a Numbani. You basically never hold Streets there, but they are able to still get a decent defense off from King Caesar, so well played by them. But honestly, Afro has just been dominating on this Echo, and also off of the back of an incredible Flux coming out from Galileo, we're just able to find some really, really nice space there. Oh, nice stick!
That stick from Danny gets the kill onto Arrow. Afro now doesn't have to worry about the hit scan DPS for a moment. He can now just go into the sky and try and beam these players down. Looking onto that right side, focusing on Tango, gets the kill, throws the sticky bombs out. Arrow pops the visor, gets pulled in by the Roadhog and Lex. They are so close to finishing this map. For Jet Jaguar, Gravitic Flux pulling those players inside, but the hit hook will cancel it out. But is it enough to stop the cart from getting to the end? It doesn't look like that's the case. Just stalling out for as long as possible is big, but that's all it is a stall. Waya coming back in as well. But like I said, all they can do is stall this out for as long as possible. There's too many players on the cart for Jet Jaguar.
Yeah, what a stall it is, though. I mean, the stall's coming out for quite a big time. Crimson does find a pick, but they are going to step off a point. And honestly, if I'm King Caesar, I don't want to switch off of that Mercy, if I'm being completely honest. I think that the amount of damage that King Caesar was able to output onto the comp that Jet Jaguar were running was incredible, because they had that Mercy pocket consistently on their DPS the entire time, and it was just so much damage that was being output that ultimates were coming out faster. It was difficult to break tight choke points if you are Jet Jaguar. You now, of course, on Street phase, Mercy and on third point, Mercy, it might not be as effective, but it seemed like King Caesar were playing incredibly well around it, despite the fact that it might not have been the quote-unquote better pick. I think based on preference, they seem to look a lot better when they were playing the Mercy, and it looks like that's what they're going to be picking as they come out onto this first point.
I bet he's going onto that. Waya and Biggs back onto the D.Va and the Winston, and then Crimson playing on the Echo, but Arrow this time will play on the Hanzo, so a little wrinkle in their composition this time for what they want to do offensively. Defensively, though, Danny and Arrow playing what they were playing before in the Soldier and the Echo. Nothing really changing to the side of Jet Jaguar, and this is championship point for them, so they can hold here. That's it. This is all over, and they will be our champions of this challenger bracket.
Yeah, and if you're King Caesar, you're trying your hardest right now. This is your fight for your tournament life right now, and it's interesting to see these swaps come through. I'm excited to see the Mercy come back into play again out from Betty. It seems like they played again really, really well around that, but this Hanzo pick is definitely interesting. Just trying to see if they have more pocket rocket potential and more burst damage potential to get rid of Galileo's shield and Lect as efficiently as possible.
Well, they got to get onto the point. Already one tick taken from King Caesar, so they are in control of the point, at least for the moment. Biggs does manage to lose that, so maybe the start here, especially with the Afro coming through on the Echo for 2 quick kills to make the difference and keep Jet Jaguar in front.
You know, that's the one thing, though, that you don't get as well when you're running a Zen Mercy comp is you don't get that amplified healing that you need in order to sustain a dive in some instances, and that's exactly what happens. Ooh, good stagger pick, too, on the arrow. But Biggs and Waya were just trying to take point as well as they could, trying to weather out the storm, knowing they have to play slow with this Mercy Zen comp that they're running. And the supports are getting a lot, and supports and DPS are getting a lot of value on the side of King Caesar, but it's really hard for the tanks to be sustained through that. You have to be playing completely around your DPS, essentially, if you're going to be running that Mercy, and they decide that's just too much commitment to go around through, and they are going to be playing through the, I guess, all-round, more well-rounded comp that comes from the Brig.
Yeah, the Brigitte just offers you a lot more as far as game overall, but the hook on to bring Lex down. A massive start, Dragon Strike up through the ground, and I don't know why they're not moving, but Galileo wasn't moving at all there. It's a little confusing to see that. But regardless of that, this is a point in control for the side of King Caesar. They will get this cart moving.
Really interesting individual play. I think it might have been a DC.
Yeah, I think you're right. So Galileo not moving at all, so more than likely a DC. Hopefully just a DC.
Yeah, hopefully.
Does make us end up having a pause here. So see if they are... Nope, they're gone. Yep, they DC'd. So that answers our question there, Tangerine. But we got a moment here while we wait. So King Caesar, I mean, regardless of whether they were going to win that fight anyways, regardless of DC or not. But the DC definitely helps out make that happen. The bigger loss right now is Jet Jaguar. They were about to get a Gravitic Flux ult. They no longer are going to have that.
Yeah, that's a really rough loss. I was just about to talk about that. I mean, that's an incredible loss if you're coming into this, especially if you're going to be playing around your Soldier right now, because Soldier also does have that ultimate. Flux Visor is an incredibly good ultimate combination. If you're just pulling people up into the air and you literally can't miss your shots, that's perfection right there. And that could have prompted a nice hold coming out potentially from Jet Jaguar, and maybe if they were able to play that stall a little bit more, they could have even won that fight, but that's a big stretch. So
well, Jet Jaguar is still probably happy with the start of their defense. Like, as far as time bank is concerned, this is similar to what they started out with, because you did have one fight get won by King Caesar as well on their defense. So we're kind of in a pretty even game state at this point of the map where King Caesar is. So you're not losing out on a ton. Like, that is a big ultimate to lose out on, but it's one of those things where you just have to deal with it. Like, DCs happen, and I think it was actually a frozen screen, so they're trying to get that figured out. So it's going to be probably a second here before we get back into this game. But just looking at it from the standpoint of Jet Jaguar, they're still in a very good position. They've still got the amplification matrix and the visor, which those two actually, especially now with the change to amp matrix, go a little bit better together.
Yeah, when you have that extra wide window, it's a lot easier for your Soldier to be able to maneuver around, because as soon as you pop that tac visor, it's very, very similar to how you play around a Nano Blade, in which everybody just turns to look at you and uses every single CD they can to make sure that that ultimate gets zero value. When you're playing around this new and improved wider window that this Baptiste has, it's a lot easier for your Soldier to be able to maneuver around, find a lot of value. You're able to shoot out of more places. You're able to set it up maybe behind cover a little bit better. It's overall really good ult synergy that comes out from those two, so they could definitely use that to their advantage for this next fight. What it's going to come down to, though, is that Tengu does have that transcendence, and also the fact that Street Space is Street Space and is incredibly swingy. So it could go either way, really.
The offense, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a timeout here, though. It's taking a little bit longer than anticipated to get this player back in, so hopefully we'll be able to get Galileo in here pretty quickly, but until then, we'll see you.
Hey there. Hi.
Welcome back here as game is starting up between Kaiju Corp, King Caesar, and Kaiju Corp, Jet Jaguar. Kaiju Corp, King Caesar had just taken the point. Galileo had DC'd, but is back. So now we got Streets phase going on here and seeing what Jet Jaguar will be able to do.
Yeah, it's going to be particularly interesting. I think one thing that we highlighted before was going to be that tack visor window is definitely a way that they might be able to hold up on Street Phase, but Street Phase is just Street Phase, and it's really, really, really difficult to hold if you're defending. So we'll see exactly what Jet Jaguar decides to do here, as Danny's under a lot of poke damage.
Jet Jaguar able to keep Danny up, though, with the help of that field, and Danny's able to get a Helix Rocket kill. Tentacles went down, though, on the low ground, so even fight so far, and now you're going to have the visor be popped here with that amplification matrix, was shooting through it, but then turned around and deal with the player there. Does enough, though, to help them clean this up, the whole hog from Lek, making that happen, too.
You know, I was really, really scared there for Jet Jaguar. They got picked off early off with a really, really important pick on the Tentacles. Scout, though, has a lot of healing available. This is a very high healing comp that's coming out here from Jet Jaguar, and Lex is just able to find a pick off in the backline with that whole hog. Lex whole hogs have been so incredibly effective, but now you have basically 6 ultimates online for King Caesar.
A lot to work with. This should be a fight win for them, but of course they still have to win the fight. That's the most important part. Making sure to keep Waya at bay, or sorry, Biggs at bay on that Roadhog. Use of the shield blocks Biggs from that and pulls Biggs in, but Crimson wins the battle in the sky onto Afro.
No!
Crimson will now use the duplicate. No, they didn't get to the point. They just let it go. That's so much time that they've given over to King Caesar.
They were potentially winning that. Oh wait, no, they were. Never mind.
No, they were losing.
King Caesar were definitely gonna win that fight, but like they just gave up all of that time that they had. They just weren't able to get onto the point, and that's so frustrating. If you're on the side of Jet Jaguar, now they did. King Caesar had to use a ton of ults to be able to get back into this fight, but that's not how you want to start it.
End up having to use the duplicate from Afro onto the Sigma, trying to get value out of it, building up to that ultimate, about to get it. Gravitic Flux pulls the players in, runs away to make sure that the damage comes through. Transcendence will negate most of it, but the follow-up damage from the visor afterwards and the amplification matrix forces back King Caesar. They've got 3 minutes, though, to try and just get to the end of this match.
Well, very, ooh, nice stagger pick on the Tengu too. A very, very, very well done reinitiation there from JJ, recognizing that they're going to have to back up, but they have a good couple pair of ultimates to be able to use. Both support ultimates are used, though, and practically no ults are on the field besides Galileo's Flux and Arrow's Tack Visor. So it's coming in to be a pretty dry fight, but some great hooks. Lex is landing incredible hooks this match.
Wyatt is able to be kept up, though. That's really good from the side of King Caesar to make sure that Wyatt doesn't go down. Also, good kinetic grasp used by Wyatt to ensure that he stays up. So now they've got their whole hog up for Biggs. The visor, too, will lead them in. Force these players back on the side of Jet Jaguar. Crimson is the first to fall. Galileo goes down next while using the Gravitic Flux. Massive loss there, and King Caesar is starting to clean up. Gravitic Flux of their own. Pull those players off the point. The stall is all they can do for the side of Jet Jaguar, and it is a slightly bigger time bank, 55 seconds difference, or 50-second difference between King Caesar's time bank and Jet Jaguar's. So no time, extra time will be peeled away from these teams, but 50 seconds, not a big time bank difference.
Not a massive one, no. It can maybe net you a fight or two. If the first fight was really quick, maybe it can net you another fight. But ultimately, 50 seconds isn't going to make that incredible amount of a difference. But, I mean, right now, if you're JJ, you just want to win this outright. I mean, you have the opportunity to be going to a control map again after this, which is where they thrive on. But... I mean, momentum at that point could definitely easily shift into King Caesar's favor. And when momentum shifts into your favor in Overwatch, that is incredibly, incredibly important.
Being closed areas too, or the areas where you play comps that are more brawl styled, a little bit more difficult on the control points that are left, because what we played Lijiang and we played Oasis.
Yeah.
So you've got Busan, and, well, I guess Ilios. Ilios is a little bit more open, so you just don't really have some of those options that you would have had earlier. So win here, win now if you can. If your Jet Jaguar, their attack was pretty good last time. We'll see if that continues here, as they want to win themselves a championship and keep. Apparently, there's a curse for Tengu too, where he wins second place. A lot.
Ah, yes, the second place curse coming out for King Caesar has definitely been a prophecy that has been foretold for a bit. Let's see if they can try and break it though as they initiate on this push.
Jet Jaguar working their way up to this high ground. Very similar compositions from what we saw last time. They start to break through. Frisian Rock gets thrown out. Wyatt, though, still spamming in with those Hyper Spheres, keeping these players back. They've got to be careful, too, of Biggs, who is on that Roadhog. If anybody gets a little too aggressive, they'll be hooked right in and go down. Crimson, in the meantime, is able to take advantage of those players being stuck in this hallway. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. And those sticky bombs will be more than happy to help finish these players off. Wyatt does go down, and they actually throw the Amp Matrix out from Scout with 3 seconds left. They've got to try and force their way onto point. They managed to get some kills, trying to even this back up, but Arrow's like, oh, hey, welcome to the point. I was ready for this to happen. Afro trying to make the difference, but it's not enough. It will be a hold that comes through from King Caesar. 33% on this point, and they win the map. But again, 33% they need to get, otherwise we draw.
You know, I find that comp choice particular, at least that style of approach, a little bit interesting when you went on the side of JJ. They basically just did a copy and paste of what happened on their first push, and as we literally witnessed within the first push a little while back, it took a little bit for JJ to get up and running, particularly because they needed the ultimates to be able to stop the amount of pressure that was coming out from King Caesar. And when you only have a minute, you don't really have a ton of time to be able to build up all of those ultimates. So I'm not quite sure what the reasoning was for trying the exact same thing over.
King Caesar did throw Wrinkle at them too, because last time I think it was the Winston Diva. This time they ran into a Sigma and a Roadhog. So the Hyperspheres love that little room up above. A lot of damage onto multiple targets, and you saw Wyatt just decimate players in that room, and then the additional damage from Crimson doesn't make it any easier.
No, not at all. And Crimson and Arrow getting that massive pocket played a really, really, really big part into them being able to hold in that overtime push. Now, though, it is no longer do or die. We either, no matter what, I think we're going to be going to a 5th map here.
Yeah, we should still have a 5th map with the potential of 6 on the table, unless you get the win here from King Caesar. We'll see how this ends up going. King Caesar going through the low ground. Both of those Echoes fighting in the sky, but meanwhile on the point, Arrow charging towards the Brigitte, forcing pressure on. 2 players already down, make it 3, as draw territory is drawing ever so close. 1 minute and 13 left for King Caesar to try and get that 33%.
That was a really good adjustment that was made from Jet Jaguar there. They all decide that they just need to back up. They need to make sure that they're playing a little bit more in close corners so that their supports are trying to stay alive as much as possible and not getting picked off by Crimson. And the extra damage that's coming out from the Zen just doesn't seem to be finding the picks because of the way that Jet Jaguar were able to reposition themselves into that back room and stall point out.
Danny was extremely close to going down, so they've at least forced back the Soldier 76 for a moment. They push back onto the card, so close to getting to that 33% mark. Afro goes down, but Betty and Arrow go down to Danny and Lack. Still a chance to keep this defense going for Jet Jaguar, and now they get Biggs.
Oh, I see it. I can see it, Labasco. I can see the draw right now. It is within their grasp. And if this continues up, and maybe King Caesar attempt to take that last map, it could go to a possible map 6. However, they are going to be rallying up for one more push.
They still have the opportunity. They have the visor too, forcing players away. Actually, that pulls players into his ult for arrow. He's able to survive through the Gravitic Flux, but that's okay because Black's Whole Hog does the damage needed, gets the kills, and they will not be able to win on this map for Kaiju Corp. We will stay at a 2-1 state.
Oh my god. Incredible play coming out there from both sides. However, even with the little boost that was given from that soldier ult, still King Caesar not able to pull off a tick at the end, but Jet Jaguar wasn't either. So, I mean, we're going to be doing it. We're going to be going to a map 5 no matter what here, and even more bizarrely, could potentially be going to a map 6.
So it should be the rules. The rules have always been loser picks. So for a draw, I imagine you go to whoever lost the previous map. So my guess is that this is another Kaiju Corp King Caesar map pick. Now, what map that will end up being? From what we've seen Nimbani and we have seen Watchpoint Gibraltar. So a map that has like some high ground mobility and stuff like that, maybe where we're going to go to next. But the question is, what map fits the sort of the mold that those two had best? My guess is something like Hollywood, but I don't know.
Hollywood is a definite good candidate. I don't know why I'm thinking this, but even just off the top of my head, possibly Blizzard World. We could be seeing, I think that you have some opportunities to make some decent Zen plays there. Especially, I've seen Tengu on that map specifically before go absolutely wild on
first-hand
Blizzard
experience.
World. Yeah, some first-hand experience. It was quite a lot to take in at the time, but no, in fact, it seems like we're going to be going to Dorado, which is also another map that I was just about to talk about.
Yeah, Dorado, don't know why I couldn't think of Dorado, but that one makes a lot of sense too. On all 3 points, there's high ground. Makes more sense than Hollywood, because Hollywood you do have a little more enclosed areas other than that streets phase. So Dorado, with the style of maps that we've seen them go to up until this point, does make a lot of sense. That being said, Jet Jaguar has some options that we have seen that they're getting closer to being able to deal with the composition that we've seen King Caesar run throughout most of this match.
Yeah, it seems like Jet Jaguar are finding a way to make their style of play shine through a little bit more, despite the fact that King Caesar is so good within these slower tempo matches. Jet Jaguar just seem to be winning out here by simply finding the picks. And if you're finding the picks, that's how you win the video game. So ultimately, Jet Jaguar are playing really, really, really well around this slow, methodical style that King Caesar like to put out by honing into not only their aggression, but realizing when they're down in a fight, rallying back together, and pushing out with ultimates on the second retake. So very, very well done here within the plays coming out from Jet Jaguar to realize that if they just mix up their style along with the style that King Caesar is playing, then they could be able to potentially pull out a win.
Definitely can. This could be. We're still at championship point for Jet Jaguar. That is still true, even with the draw. So this can be the final map, depending on what King Caesar has in store for them. Afro maintaining that ever so important echo. Crimson on the other side also playing the echo once again. And you can see Waya is now the one playing the Roadhog, and Biggs is actually now our Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, Biggs and Sigma has been incredible throughout this series. I guess if you want to run a Sigma Hog, this is kind of the way that you're going to be doing it. But a lot of poke damage is coming out onto both sides here. Not really a clear definition winner in this fight that's breaking down so far, but look at the ult charge on Afro.
Extremely high. Galileo now charging through too on the Wrecking Ball, so that a little bit different too. We get to see some Wrecking Ball play come out from Galileo instead of the Sigma. Lek still playing on the Roadhog though, and we have Afro getting up to that duplicate now. So now it's about how do you decide to use it. Afro will go on and duplicate the Sigma. So Sigma ends up being the choice. Arrow, in the meantime, will be able to take Danny out, but the Gravitic Bucks pulling players in, doesn't get the hold down off, though. Waya getting that kill just in time, or at least getting the duplicate out just in time, but Afro still able to make it work on this Echo with the sticky bomb.
That was just Ult City coming out from both sides there. I mean, that was just one fight, and we're only like a minute and a half off of the clock. That was absolutely insane play, and the copy is still coming through from Crimson. They're going to try and contest this point as long as possible, but I'm 90% certain that JJ have this. But Biggs, Invest the Flux, absolutely whiffs it. That is bad, to say the least.
It is a huge loss of an ultimate. It does keep the stall going on, though, forcing players away. So they at least keep that going for the moment, but Afro with that beams, focusing down these last two players left. Oh, by the way, already has duplicate again, apparently.
What? I mean, Afro is just doing so much poke damage, and the Mercy Pocket is consistently on Afro. Oh, the slam with the sticky bombs in the air, too, finds so much value. Galileo is also playing incredibly well in tandem with this Echo. You can tell that these two have quite a bit of history together with each other, and they're getting these picks off quite well.
A lot of picks coming through for them, and the ultimates are heavily in the favor of the Jaguar too. So King Caesar is going to have to try and fight for control of this high ground and then drop onto that cart. But they've got to deal with mines that are in front of them from Galileo. He built up to that apparently again pretty quickly too. Afro will use the duplicate onto the Brigitte. Has to be careful though. Was extremely low. Gets healed back up by the Mercy in Tentacles, who uses the Valkyrie ultimate to keep these players alive. Wire dropping down from the high ground now, using the whole hog, forcing that Ana away. Doesn't get hit with the sleep either, and will be able to force players off of the cart. Slows things down here, and Crimson in the sky starting to stabilize for the defense.
A little bit sad about that hook from Lect way at the beginning of the fight. It's such a good hook, but ends up breaking as soon as they try to pull him over the edge. So I mean, could have potentially been a really big play, but King Caesar did really, really well there to be kind of hone in the fact that the aggression is going to be incredible coming out from JJ because they have that minefield, and they all just played together, ended up backing up, and gave that minefield no room to breathe. But a great hook coming out from Lect.
Yeah, the hook 2.0 will work if you can see the target, so it works there. And gives the advantage over to Jaguar, who is extremely close to getting to the final part of the map. Danny trying to back away on the Widowmaker, has to try and deal with these targets in front. It's a little bit of help there. Now that cart will cruise to the end of the second point.
Great plays coming out there from individually from both Lect and Danny. Lect able to open up that fight with a massive hook, pulling people off of the high ground, finding a kill securely, I believe, onto one of the tanks coming out from King Caesar. And then Danny also just casually finding 3 or 4 picks within the midst of that fight as a nice little cleanup gesture because they didn't have that tank anymore. So well done from those two.
Oh, and Lex gets the kill onto Arrow before the sleep comes through from Tengu. It's a massive loss early on for King Caesar, but Crimson makes that duplicate work, gets the kill onto Lex, even things back up, but the defense not holding strong enough. Afro on the duplicate, too much to deal with the Gravitic Flux. Biggs countering with a Flux of his own, gets a kill onto Scout. This is maybe the chance for the defense to stabilize.
Yeah, with spawn advantages, it's actually going to be really, really hard for JJ to start to come back into this. But Lect does end up finding that pick, maybe starting to get a little bit more into the realm of stabilization. Lect also does miss that hook there, though, so it's not going to be that much of a boon for them. But JJ are rallying back up, and they're definitely going to try and take this push.
Yeah, Jaguar still an opportunity. They didn't have to fully recontest. Gravitic Flux pulls 2 players in. Immortality Field to keep them alive for the moment. There comes the hook through from Wire. Doesn't get a kill, though, is the only problem. I think he used Whole Hog, too. And then hooks a player. I don't know how that hook worked. That was really confusing
that was crazy
to see happen. But regardless of that, Jaguar so close to finishing the map. They have everything they need to do so. The hook on to Biggs, the last player left alive. Take a while to get him down, but they do finally do so. And they will complete this map with 1 minute and 45 left. So Jet Jaguar, championship point. Just have to stop King Caesar from finishing Dorado.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, there's definitely a win condition right now within JJ's sights, and not just a win condition for this map, but a win condition for the entire tournament. You know, though, this is going to be a little bit difficult now coming out from King Caesar. Obviously, their defenses seemed to be their strong point, especially when they were rolling out on Gibraltar. I mean, Gibraltar was kind of just a stop, if I'm being completely honest, but as of right now, it looked like defenses that were coming out from King Caesar were actually where they were finding the most value, and they actually end up getting full capped with 1 minute 45 on the clock left on Dorado, which is incredibly difficult to be able to do because of all the tight choke points that are within the first and the third. Well, the one tight choke point within the first point, and then the several within the third point. So this is going to be an uphill battle right now for King Caesar. So I'm interested to see exactly how they're going to decide to be taking this push.
Yeah, third point is definitely the most difficult one for sure. So King Caesar, at the moment, looks like they're gonna decide to go with Biggs and Wyatt, the way that we had it before, where Biggs is playing the Sigma, just like we had on the on their defense. Gosh, I couldn't think of what they were on last time. And Wyatt playing the Hawk again, so not making that switch where they had it opposite on some of the earlier maps. But either way, defensively, we can see here not much change for Jet Jaguar.
Electrine? Question mark? Very interesting pick coming out. They want to run this double shield kind of comp, but the shields are just going to get melted incredibly fast, especially with the Mercy Ana comp that's coming out here. Lek gets pulled in. Anti looking a little bit dire right now for JJ.
Nice immortality field to save Lek, heal him back up, so he's able to still be a factor in this fight. Can keep this card at the choke too, and be that front line that you want him to be. So excellent job by Galileo, Tentacles, and Scout to all make sure that Lek stays up and in this fight, allowing for Apro to be effective on the Echo in the sky. Gets one kill on. Now the sticky bombs onto Betty. Can't get the kill there, but still forcing back King Caesar. And a very effective start for them.
Yeah, this is exactly the position you want to be in right now, too, if you're Jet Jaguar, because you're holding them at this choke with this incredibly oppressive double shield comp. There is a lot of protection that comes with running this comp, and also your Sig has a lot more opportunities to play on off-angle flanks like they are, and is now finding a ton of value on these off-angles. Successfully dodges 2 of the CCs, too.
Doesn't get any value out of the Gravitic Flux, though, is the only problem. Crimson goes down, so that's both of the Echoes out of the sky. The next person to fall is Waya. Scout threw down the Amplification Matrix to get that kill, so Jet Jaguar staying in front, even though there have been picks on either side. And now the Gravitic Flux counter coming through from Biggs, grabs those players in, but again, there's not enough damage onto targets to get any kills with it, and now they have to adjust where they're attacking from King Caesar.
Now, like I said, this is where double shield thrives. If you're running a double shield exactly like this, even if you get a pick off early on, you're able to protect yourself very, very efficiently, and a nice weird fight breaking out in this top right corner.
Well, now you've got triple shields, but now the Deadeye coming through from Arrow gets a kill. Danny's Deadeye evening things back up, gets a kill on the Waya at the end, too. So the ultimate's stronger from Jet Jaguar, and we're 1.5 minutes away from crowning a champion.
Yeah, Danny and Afro are 2 of the most clutch DPS that I have seen in a really long time, and the charge comes out from Lek to try and get it off on the Biggs. Not gonna find much, though. They need to get Lekt out of here safely. They really need to get Lekt out of here safely. Okay, they do manage to get Lekt out of there and set back up onto the point they need, and they also have this Amp Matrix coming out.
Ooh. Danny, I think, was maybe going on a flank there, too. Either way, Galileo controlling the front, too, with the help of Lek. Shatter doesn't get any, or sorry, Fire Strike doesn't get anything, but Scout gets the kill, throwing that Amp Matrix down. Really big anti-nade, but there's no follow-up onto it. They couldn't get through all of the damage coming through from Jet Jaguar. We're down to 45 seconds.
Wow, a well-timed window comes out there from Scout. As soon as the aggression starts, cuts the team basically in half because of how aggressive Waya was trying to play, because they knew that they had that Ant Matrix. So when they know that they have that Ant Matrix, the best thing you could do, push through it. And they tried to do that, but Waya was a little bit too ahead almost, and they just ended up getting split by the Ant Matrix, and Waya got incredibly slaughtered trying to approach.
And now we're into final fight territory. This is it for King Caesar. If they want to have a chance to win this one, they got to get to that next point. The Deadeye, with the help of the Gravitic Flux, kills one, gets the Immortality Field as well. And now they have control. This is Jet Jaguars' game to lose. No one can get back. Congrats to Jet Jaguars. They become your community challengers bracket champions here of Kaiju Corp. And King Caesar, tough one for them, but man, Jet Jaguar looked real good at the end.
Yeah, they really did. You know, a little bit sad for King Caesar too. The second place curse of King Caesar continues. Sorry, Tengu, you're not winning one today. That was, I mean, incredibly well played and a really, really nice way to cap off the series with Danny just casually getting 5 kills. It seems like every single time Danny was throwing out a Deadeye, there was follow-up on it, and there were kills coming from that Deadeye, which is rare to see.
It was fun, though. It was a very fun game between King Caesar and Jet Jaguar. We still end up getting, what, 5 maps that we get to see these two teams play?
Yeah.
So it was incredibly fun. Jet Jaguar, though, the better team here tonight, and they get themselves this Kaiju Corp Community Tournament Championship.
Yeah, they get themselves a nice little pat on the back, you know. That was... And some great high-octane Overwatch play, and maybe just a little bit of bragging rights coming out throughout the server from here on out. Well done to both teams, though. That was some of the most high-octane Overwatch play that I've seen in an incredibly, incredibly long time.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Both of these teams showed us a lot. I think we're going to take a quick timeout, though. We're going to pull on, I think, the man responsible for all of this. So don't go anywhere. You'll want to hear what he has to say.
All right, welcome back. So we just saw the grand finals here for our Kaiju Corp Friends and Family Tournament, and on the line we have the Granddaddy Master himself, Mr. Tengu. How are you doing so far?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. It's been a long day, but how are you all?
Doing fantastic. It was
Great.
fun. It was a really fun day.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. It's been really cool to see, especially just how we kind of like brought this together in like a week and just a few days, and pull this all together. It's been really, really cool today.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the community as well. Like, everybody came out in full force. Everybody played their hearts out. We saw some amazing, amazing Overwatch today. So, I mean, it's not like Overwatch League level, but it was definitely competitive and definitely like, you know, we could see the passion just from the other side of the screen here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, I think, you know, I was able to coach a high school team, Loy Norix, actually, this past semester, and I think it's so interesting to always watch how competitive Overwatch can get, regardless of the SR. You don't need like, you know, like 4-4-4-6 teams, you know, always to get a really good, fun match out. And I think we've even seen like with Chicago Overwatch lands how competitive like even like the rookie brackets can get, which I think is it's always fun to watch those.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, so like, how many teams do you have under the Kaiju Corp banner?
We've had a lot of teams come and go. Currently, I think we have 4 active teams, and those are the 4 that you saw in the tournament today. Kaiju Corp,
Awesome.
JJ, King Caesar, Manda, and then Clover. Yeah, that's the active ones, but we've had a very, very long history because we've been running this for 4 years now.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, like we see you at all the local Chicago tournaments, and of course you're always a staple at the Game On Chicago tournaments as well. You're usually first or second, if not, you know, contending for the finals. So it's just like it's always nice to see, and then like it's kind of more of a relaxed environment in this kind of tournament, right? Like everybody gets to play to their strengths, play with the teammates they're used to, but you usually feel like a really good team for those tournaments, right? You usually kind of feel the best for that particular squad or that particular tournament, right?
That's generally how we do it. I think a lot of times, especially between JJ and now King Caesar, we'll kind of shuffle rosters kind of based on who's available to play mostly. Because JJ was originally just like, hey, let me just get like some like old like, you know, high skilled friends together and we'll just play together. And so JJ kind of technically has like a really big roster there. And then King Caesar is actually supposed to be our Chicago only roster.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so Arrow was subbing today for Hida, actually, who was playing with his college today. But generally, a lot of times you'll see a lot of players kind of shuffle between rosters at the higher level just because, you know, availabilities and whatnot. Yeah.
Awesome.
It's
awesome.
cool and fun to see, though. That's for sure. I mean, that's the beauty of doing a tournament like this. Is like you get to see Hida play on a different team from some of the other Kaiju Corp teams and everything else. Like I think that's one of the cool parts of being able to do a tournament like this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think one of my biggest hearts is, especially for today, is to really kind of just showcase like the various skill that everyone has on all of these different rosters at all of these different SRs and all these different skill levels. Really just to be like, hey, like there's some really, really awesome people out there that are really good at this game. And I think that's always going to be my heart with Kaiju Corp, is really just to kind of like give back, give into the, you know, the community, and really just help grow people, and then give them opportunities like this to shine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you definitely give a lot of opportunities for local talent. You know, they may not get in the larger tournament or larger format or even larger organizations, but like here, it's like they can play and they can play well, and like they're stars of the show. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's again, like I said earlier, like it's been really surreal today, just to see like all the people that are coming to watch the mainstream here, and then everyone's, you know, having a good time, and even now hearing like as the tournament kind of comes to a close, like seeing people in Discord being like, oh my gosh, like that was so much fun, like we should do that again. It's just really cool. It's just really cool. It feels great. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're also grateful to have the opportunity as well, because like this is what we love to do. You know, for Bosco, especially for myself, like this is what I'm in the game for. So like I get an opportunity to do it, and I appreciate you giving that, you know, having the community to kind of help out with that. That's really cool for me personally. So thank you for that.
No, thank you.
So what's next for Kaiju Corp? I mean, like are you guys just gonna chill until next year, or like you guys got something big coming up? What's the story?
So with Kaiju Corp, I think it's always kind of about the community, and it's funny because Kaiju Corp really blew up this last year. I actually thought Kaiju Corp was going to die out about a year or two ago after SGZA played their Open Division. And they're one win away from making it actually to Tier 3 on just practicing once or twice a week, actually. So that's the story of the SGZA roster. But kind of because of COVID, we had one of our SGZA core members actually had to leave the US. And so that's why SGZA is not here today, but you see a lot of SGZA players on JJ, so we kind of absorb them there. But bottom line, I think it's kind of really wherever the community wants to go. One of the really cool things that we're actually going to be trying to do is sending out coaches to schools.
Wow, nice.
In this upcoming, that's one of the big things that we're working on right now. And it's very cool to see how just through connecting with the community and sort of our network of teams, we're just gonna go wherever this thing takes us. I feel like I'm not even in control. I feel like I'm riding on the back of like a T-Rex sometimes, because it's like people are like, hey, I want to join, like I want to be a part of this, and it's like, cool, well, let me see how I can fit you in, and if we can't, then I'll just keep you on the line until an opportunity comes up for you. So
For sure.
it's really just wherever this beast, I think, takes us, you know.
Well, awesome. Well, again, congratulations. This was a great tournament, and I know you pulling out the second place curse yet again, but it's against your own team squad, so I don't think you can. But again, congratulations, and thank you again for providing so much opportunity for everybody involved. And for Bosco and Tangerine, you guys have any final thoughts on the tournament? You want to say any shout outs or anything?
No, thanks for having me be a part of this. It was fun. It was awesome to get to work with Tangerine too, and Will and Jose and everybody behind the scenes, Jelly Gatto, Jexus giving us the lowdown of which kaijus each kaiju was for Kaiju Corp. So that helped us out a lot. So everybody behind the scenes. And of course, thank you, Tengu, for the guy making this all possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you guys so much again from the bottom of my heart to all of our players, all the to the viewers, the spectators, and the staff. Really, from me and from all of Kaiju Corp to all of you guys out there. Thank you guys so much. Today was just a really awesome day.
Awesome. Well, that's going to do it for our squad here, for the Chicago Overwatch crew here. There's myself, Labasco, Tangerine, Tango, everybody involved. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you next time, whenever that next time is. Be safe out there.